Hi all. So hi all. To anybody who actually celebrates Christmas, we want to, and they're in the United States right now, or Canada. Then we wish, and wherever else on that side of the world in that time zone. So we want to say, hope you're having a Merry Christmas if that's what you celebrate, or any other, sort of thing that you may celebrate, or if you don't celebrate it and you just an orphan, and you don't have any particular group that you belong to, or you're a semi-orphan, or you're just anybody, you can come hang out with us for a while if you're feeling a little isolated, or if you're not feeling isolated and you just feel like coming and having a chat, then please feel free to drop in and say hi. My name's Trish Roberts and I'm with Dee Dee River, and so we do sort of tend to do maybe once every 2 weeks. We might do a live stream, and the rest of the time on Faint Signals from Vega I do just on various issues. And you can check out the playlist to find out what they are, but they're sort of anti-imperialist or veganism or gender stuff, or any world events. It's basically whatever I find interesting. That's what my about section says. And so anyway, Dee Dee and I were thinking, well, we could actually just do a quick live stream now, and if anybody's around, it still happens to be Christmas Day on...
it's Boxing Day here.
It's Boxing Day here.
Which, for the Americans, that's an English-based tradition we also celebrate in Australia, which is traditionally the day when people packed up
stuff. Oh, here's
stuff.
Kim. Kim's here.
In boxes.
Hi, Kim.
And gave it to the poor.
Oh no, I just realised maybe I'll come back as another user, so just in case. Well, anyway, if anybody sees Furious Psyops in the chat, will you please let me know, and I'll come back as another user, because we're having technical issues when it comes to his username, and I can never see what he's saying. So
we'll have to fix that. It's ridiculous.
So how are you today, Kim? I hope you're whatever you're doing. I mean, that it's nice.
It's pleasant, and you're looking after yourself.
Yeah, that you're looking after yourself and
having a nice time.
Yeah, having a nice time. Kim lives in Quebec, so she's not subject to the
horror,
the horror. Yes, I'll tell you if he comes in. Oh, great, that'd be great. So Dee Dee's just going to play this, and I'm going to rattle on like I usually do, and so is Dee Dee.
Rabbit on and if it stalls out and you can't see anything, if it freezes again, let us know.
Oh, your upstairs neighbour has been quiet, and he hasn't been home, or she. Oh, that's funny. Why? What should I ask? What they do? Do they have a band, or is it something else? But anyway, I'm glad you're here, and I should probably share this on the little community tab.
I have another planet to visit somewhere in this.
I wish I had a planet to visit sometime.
Yes, wouldn't it be nice? Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great? If you could just kind of take off somewhere when it gets a bit crazy. When I don't really belong to any particular religion now, but for a while, for about 10 or so years, I was caught up in Buddhism and the organized religion side of it, and they used to wish, when people died, they would wish them a fortunate human rebirth, and Dee Dee and I sort of have thought to ourselves, there really isn't
fortunate about a human rebirth.
Yeah, apart from the fact that it's very speciesist to sort of say that, as if that's the best thing you can be. But yeah, we as time goes by, anyway, you sort of think, what exactly would you consider a fortunate human rebirth?
Especially on this planet.
So on this planet, anyway, I mean, if they were talking about that, basically any planet, although why I don't expect there's humans on other planets unless they had a same evolutionary kind of a situation as we do, which is unlikely. But anyway,
we
just
kind of asked. We said, well, since it looks like human beings are going to end up making themselves extinct,
what's that?
Fortunate human rebirth.
Yeah.
Going to be?
Yeah, it's real fortunate. We're heading to extinction and taking everybody else with us. And Kim says, not her fault, just cheap installation. Oh, okay, yeah, that's too bad.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wrong moon.
The Christmas edition. Sounds like we've got a box set.
Yes.
I
think there's another moon hanging around here somewhere.
What's that?
There's another moon hanging around here that I haven't visited, and I want to go and visit it before I leave this solar system.
Huh. And so you must have a lot of snow there at the moment, Kim. I love snow, I have to say.
She's not that crazy about cold, but... Oh, there we go. No, that's the one I've already been to.
So anyway, we went for a nice... oh, Kim says actually, no, it's been raining all day and it's all gone. Excuse me. And it's all gone. Oh no, that's a shame.
Oh.
I've noticed there's oh no, that's your phone, Dee. Do you want to answer that?
Oh, yeah.
You may want to take it in another room.
I'm gonna...
It's probably... Didi often gets this market researcher ringing every day. Even though we've got a blocked list.
How are you?
Can we call... Is that Shane?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll call you back in a couple of hours. Okay, so somebody called us up. So Kim says, has anyone seen the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction a few days ago? Clouds blocked it here. No, did you see that, Didi? Kim says, has anyone seen the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction a few days ago? Clouds blocked it here. No. What's that like, Kim? I've never heard of that. So I'll have to look that up, what that is. Apparently you could see them, Kim says, apparently you could see them close to each other, which hadn't happened since the 1300s. Oh, wow. The Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. Apparently you could see them close to each other. Apparently you could see them close to each other, which hadn't happened since the 1300s. Oh, wow. Would that be, how would that work? Is that because they had a, like... So they got really... Oh, wow. How long would it take, say, Jupiter to go around the sun. I should look that up. Oh, got something in my... Jupiter. Sixth Saturn return. Okay, so one day on Jupiter takes about 10 hours. The time it takes for Jupiter to rotate or spin around once, and Jupiter makes a complete orbit around the Sun a year in Jovian time in about 12 years. What is that? And Jupiter makes an orbit around the Sun. Hang on a sec. I can't find it. Do you know how long it takes Jupiter to go around the Sun, Kim? I'm having trouble finding that right now. No, I didn't find it. Hang on. There's a 20 questions here. Hang on. So Jupiter is about I just looked at this. Jupiter is about 4.6 billion years old. Do you know how old the Earth is, Dee Dee? All about the same. Yeah, right. How long is a day in Yeah. Dee Dee's a lot better. That's a very short day, isn't it? 9 hours and 56 minutes. That's their day. That sounds like our winter. It sounds a bit longer than our winter day. In winter here in Tasmania, it kind of... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. Really fast. Yeah, really. Oh, 12 years. Hang on. So, it takes 12 years to go around the Sun. Oh, wow. Wowee. Wow, that doesn't look like a very friendly environment. 100 and what? 60. Oh, degrees Celsius. Oh, it's a little warm. Oh, hi, Beverly. Beverly from Southern California. Nice. Oh no. Having where are you? Oh, Southern California, where there's I guess it's good in a way that it's sort of releasing tension slowly, isn't it? Like in that, is it the San Andreas fault that... Hi, my name is Trisha Beverly. Nice to meet you. Pardon? Did he? Oh, yeah. Ah. But wouldn't it be good, though, Didi, if they have, like, so frequent small tremors? Oh, I think you've forgotten to turn your mic on, Didi. I always have to remind Didi to turn her mic on. Oh,
yes,
no, so it sounds like
I was talking on the phone and I turned it off.
Oh.
Thanks, Kim.
So it sounds like I'm
back.
talking to myself. So it's percentage miles north of Disneyland. Okay.
Okay.
5 miles.
5 miles?
North of Disneyland.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
How big an earthquake was it?
Wow.
Did Disneyland
I don't know.
fall apart?
I don't know, earthquakes would be kind of really freaky.
Scary.
I guess if you've grown up with them, you know. It's like we used to get cyclones when I was living in Queensland on a regular basis, and then they seemed to stop. Or not so regular. But they'd have these kind of really dramatic siren sounds on the TV. That's how they'd give people a heads up. And we used to get them sort of every year, but they never really quite touched down though. But they used to kind of bring a lot of rain and stuff. Except for that, there was 2 cyclones that were pretty awful. What was the name of the one that was in Townsville, Dee Dee? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
Oh, hi, Jen.
The one I remember,
Jen,
Cyclone
Unapologetic
Tracy.
Vegan, is here.
Hi, Jen. Hi, happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Jen.
We've got Boxing Day.
Have you got
I
any
suppose
time
in Canada
off?
you've got Boxing Day too.
What's that?
I guess they would have Boxing Day
Yeah,
in Canada.
do you have like a Boxing Day the next day? Which, Dee Dee, tell us what that means, because Dee Dee,
Okay,
sort of...
I think what it is rich people on the day after Christmas used to box up, stuff and give it to the servants and the poor and things like that.
So it's basically a tosses holiday, a classist thing, isn't it?
It was
Yeah,
basically a classist
nice.
thing. But I mean, it was Christian and charity and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
I think it's one of the better impulses of
But what about the
Christianity.
cats, Dee Dee? They enjoy the boxes too.
Yeah, the cats love the boxes.
You
I
had-
have a big box which I use. It's a styrofoam box that I've turned into a warming box for baking
Oh
bread.
yeah, and we found
I-
Aoife in the warming box yesterday.
Yeah. I was making bread, and after I was finished, he jumped in.
Oh, you
my.
had, and
Pretty good.
Jen said she had today off, and Beverly said, "Excuse me if I'm just reading these out because sometimes they don't play back the live stream for some reason, even though we check the box so it will." So
Yeah.
Beverly said, "We are all the poor now, but we do have some nice churches that distribute food." Oh, that's really. It's terrible. It's terrible how the state has just abandoned people,
Yeah.
and particularly in California, where it's actually a blue state. So there's absolutely no excuse why people
No.
shouldn't be. So many Democrats there, and they're just as bad as the GOP. So it's such a SHIT show there.
There we go.
So
Oh, look.
Kim said, "Boxing Day now means people fight each other for sales." Oh, crap.
No.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, Dee Dee's thing has crashed. Do you think it's completely crashed?
I think Facebook is it's crashed.
Oh,
I'll
you
have to
mean
do it
like
again?
I've crashed so I can't talk to people?
Yes.
Or oh, really?
Yes.
Oh no, we'll have to start it again.
I have to start it again.
Can anybody hear us still?
We'll have to start all over again.
Oh no.
I'll do it very quickly, sweetie.
Okay. They say they can still hear us, but I guess there's
Oh,
a
okay.
delay.
Well, that's good.
But there's still I think there's a delay.
I'm not sure how they can still hear us.
Oh.
Uh,
Yeah, because we were thinking we may have actually crashed, and if so, we will.
well, it says my tab has crashed and it's not going
Okay.
anymore. So,
So if we suddenly
I've-
cut out, we will start again in a few minutes. But Dee
Yeah.
Dee's, for
Just-
some reason, her tab crashed, and I don't know.
okay.
Go to your thumbnail and restart, Dee Dee. Somebody said go to your thumbnail and restart.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Anyway, that's good that you can still hear us. And
I'm great. It's great that we can still hear
buffering.
us.
It's buffering a bit. Maybe it's actually going to crash.
Well, I'm just starting it up again. It
Oh, okay.
should be coming up.
It should be coming up
now.
in now, like in about a few seconds.
And if
So, how was your week, Jen? With the well, thanks for the advice. And how was your week with the mail service? Were they okay? Let me see if I can. Hopefully, you'll be able to see an image shortly because Dee Dee's just rebooting the
Okay, the game.
The game.
The game
As long as
crashed
we
too.
still have
I don't know
people-
whether it's my computer's getting overloaded or
Oh
or
no.
what the story is. Anyway, you should see streaming stars at this point. And I was just feeding the little animals.
So we're just hoping that I see the Southern Cross stars. Okay. So it should be like a sort of a blue screen, kind of a blue thing
Uh-huh.
with stars whizzing by
Beverly
at this
says I
point.
see Southern Cross stars. I'm not sure how you can see Southern Cross
I wish
stars.
that we
Crazy at the
streaming
UPS.
stars. Okay, so it's actually working. Oh, that's good. It didn't clap out for us.
Yeah.
How does that work, Dee Dee?
I have no idea. I have no
don't
idea at
know.
all.
That's
Anyway, I'm
weird,
glad
isn't
that
it?
it's back and okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Dee Dee's in control of the spaceship.
yes. Uh-oh.
Anyway,
Something
so did anybody actually sort of do any
Very
sort
pretty on
of
Christmas
Christmassy things today, or did you do any other sort of thing that was nice today for yourselves, or are you feeling absolutely bereft and thinking, God, I wish this season would hurry up and go? Or anything like that. Feel free to kind of just, share whatever. Let's see, on the title you have the Southern Cross. Oh, I see. Okay. Streaming stars. So Jen said, unapologetic vegan said, crazy at the UP.
Yeah, I read that. I read it
USPS.
out actually.
Think we will be delivering Christmas packages until February. Oh my God, into February. Wowza. They're trying. Is this because they're trying to
Is this
destroy the
Part of
service?
the Trump attempt
Yeah,
to destroy
the
the
Trump
post
to
office
destroy the service.
for the election.
Yeah, I know that Empire Files they said the amount of money now that it costs to send things from their merch store is really nuts. So it's kind of in some ways destroying small businesses with the cost of posting things and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so Kim says she doesn't celebrate, so just a normal day for her. We don't
Yes, well,
really we don't really do
we
it
really
either,
celebrate solstice more.
but we just do a little snorky fest during the time. Like we've been eating different
Any excuse for a party.
yeah. So we just kind of ate. We made I made some vegan tiramisu, and then we got that tragic news that day, and we ended up eating heaps of tiramisu in reaction
Eating
to
tiramisu
the
all
terrible
day.
news. Yeah, the
Oh,
terrible
no.
news. So I was eating tiramisu all day and almost made myself sick. And then the next day, then we were eating. Dee Dee made some great Christmas cake, and then she made a cake for the street, and she took big chunks of Christmas cake around to people
To
that live in the
neighbors
street
and stuff.
that we're friendly with. Pretty much the whole street, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And
We live rurally, but
we live
it's a nice
rurally,
little
and
road.
the people in this street are really lovely.
Yeah.
And as usual, we have Patty Mellons visiting in the evening, and they always get food no matter what time of year. We throw them pellets and carrots, and there's
Yeah.
about 20 or so come up every evening, and then we get little potteroos. They're like kind of big rats in a way, aren't they, Dee Dee, with tiny little tails?
Oh, they're not like big rats. They're like very small kangaroos.
No, the potteroos.
The potteroos.
Yeah, they kind
yeah.
of don't quite sit on
Yeah.
their they don't quite sit on their back legs like Patty Mellons, but they're like kind of big cute rats, aren't they?
Well,
With a
I
little
wouldn't-
tail?
I would say they look like very small pattamelons. They look like small pattamelons.
potteroos?
Pattamelons look like small wallabies, and wallabies
Yeah.
look like small kangaroos. So
Yeah. So Patty
all
Mellons look
kind
like
of just-
small,
they look small.
tiny kangaroos. And so who else comes up to visit? I'm sure there's some other little animals come too, but they're the main ones.
Yeah.
We haven't seen bettongs for a while, unfortunately, but
We love the bettongs.
We love the bettongs.
have
They're amazing.
Really, really long legs.
they've had really, really long legs, so they kind of bound around like when we'd throw pellets to them. They'd sort of bound around in a circle and come back, and they have such big feet that they can really They can really travel, can't they, Didi?
Yeah.
They've got
Yeah.
really big feet.
They look
how big
kind
are
of
they?
like very, very large Mexican jumping mice.
Right. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what they're like. They're only
Yeah.
about, what are they, 10 inches tall?
Yeah.
And they've got big feet that are usually like 5 inches long or something.
Yeah.
And they
6 inches.
5 or
Oh,
6
they're more like
inches.
8 inches long, actually. They're
That's
really
true. They're
long.
huge feet. Yeah, it's really funny. So, Beverly Jensen said, "Oh yum! I ate coconut macaroons vegan. Nice."
Yeah.
And let's see. Jen said, "I made veggie lasagna, but yes, I'm over the holidays."
Yeah.
And Kim
And Jen
said,
says
"Yeah, we've already
Amazon,
said that."
Walmart, UPS, and FedEx use the UPS to take their packages the last few miles.
Ah,
We're mail carriers, not parcel deliverers.
what is that? Sorry, to take their packages the last few miles, but we are mail carriers, not parcel carriers. U.S. rural carriers use our own vehicles and don't own box trucks. Oh, okay then. Oh, that must be a lot of wear and tear on your own vehicle, though. Wow. So Beverly said gophers, woodchucks. Gophers or woodchucks? Is that what potteroos
Woodchucks,
look like?
yeah.
And
What are you asking
well,
about? The gophers
you have
or
the best
woodchucks?
animals there. Yeah, they're pretty great.
What?
The potteroos, do they look like woodchucks or gophers?
No, they look like the jumping mice,
Oh, okay.
but very big.
Very big jumping mice, yeah. Has anybody ever seen a quokka? We don't have them here, but
They
they're
have
on
them in WA.
they're on in WA. They're amazingly adorable, aren't they, Didi?
Some people think so.
QUOKKA, isn't it? Quokka? Yeah. If anybody sees Furious Psyops in the chat, can you let me know, because we have a technical issue and I can never see his when he's in the chat talking. So if you do, if you could let me know, and I'll change my username so I can see him. So Unapologetic Vegan says yes, and so many packages means we make multiple trips. Wow, that's a lot of wear and tear. Can you claim on tax for the wear and tear on your car? And Jera Brown, oh hi Jera. Jera Brown says, "Merry Christmas, everyone, at least in the States." So, Merry Christmas to you, Jera, and
happy
whatever
Boxing
other
Day.
thing people are celebrating or they're not celebrating.
Happy
just,
solstice for a few days ago.
Happy whatever you're celebrating, and if it's not happy, then I'm glad you're here. Hi, Mad Mom, and so Beverly said, "Oh, Merry Christmas from Southern California." And Southern California has been having some little earthquakes, apparently.
Yeah.
So that's always exciting. That's what you need.
It's always exciting. That's the kind of excitement
that's
you
what
need.
you need. Yeah.
I'll learn a few new words from the language. Initializing.
So we decided to have, since it was Boxing Day here, we decided to try and not. My diet in the last few days has been sort of really wackadoo, and I normally eat a lot healthier than that, but it seems like it's mostly cake, which is not great. And today we decided to try and
Actually,
behave.
it hasn't been. I made a Christmas cake for solstice, or when we say a Christmas cake, what that is a fruit cake that's really got a lot of booze in it.
Yes.
The fruit has been soaked in brandy, or in my case, rum, for days.
Yes. So Didi would almost put in like a whole
bottle of
rum into the fruit, you see, and then just let that soak and soak and soak for days and days and days. I mean, really, I guess if you're making a real traditional cake, you probably leave it soak for what, a couple of weeks, Didi, or something?
Well, yeah.
And I know there's a lot of U.S. citizens absolutely loathe fruit cake, and they couldn't think of anything worse to eat. But
I think it's
just
wonderful
being English, just sort of
and then you make the cake. If you're doing it the really traditional way, you make the cake and you put it in cheesecloth or something like that, and you soak soak it in rum. You keep adding
Yeah.
rum or brandy to the cake itself
Yes.
for like a week or so after, or 2 weeks after you've made it. So it
I
ends up being extremely alcoholic,
I prefer
but it's fun.
puddings myself, like Christmas puddings, which are really just like Christmas cake except steamed or something, and then you put a lot of stuff on it and you hang it up in a cheesecloth for a couple of weeks or something, and you put booze on it, and and it becomes very, very boozy tasting and with fruit in it and stuff. So that's kind of
Yeah.
so let's see.
So we made one of those and ate it.
Oh, so I didn't know Jera lives in Southwest Texas. Oh wow.
Oh yeah.
So Texas almost turned a little bit blue, didn't it, during the election? Anyway, so Beverly said, "Be safe out there, Jera, because the storm's coming." And then Beverly said, "Then take a shot of vodka to chase it." Edibles on the side. And Kim said, "Is that panettone? Sorry if that's the wrong spelling. What is panettone, Didi?"
Panettone is an Italian cake.
Panettone. Oh, okay.
Panettone.
Right.
It's usually kind of got little indents and it's cone shaped.
Oh, okay.
No, this is like fruit cake. It is done in a round tin, one of the ones that you take the side off of, the spring-sided ones. And yeah, they're just lovely. And then Trish made tiramisu, and she told you that story. And then I made another fruit cake for... I only really make fruit cakes at this season because it's just too crazy otherwise.
Huh.
But because I like them, my birthday's coming up, so I tend to make one for solstice and then one for my birthday.
Can everybody hear Didi okay? Because sometimes she can talk a little softly, but so I don't want to be booming over the top of that. So what was I going to say? So the virus is already bad here in Texas.
Yes, we've seen some reports that were just hideous of people being almost abandoned in the ICUs and stuff. That's where the pit was.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Yeah, that nurse that was talking from what was that? The university.
El Paso, I think, wasn't it?
The university sort of clinic there. El Paso, that's it. Yeah, El Paso. They were having a dreadful time in the university medical clinic there.
Yeah.
And she said there was a place called the Pit or something, which was where
people
were
putting
them in.
They were just calling the ICU the Pit.
Yeah, the ICU was the Pit.
And they said anybody who went in there, unless they happened to be related to the doctors, never came out alive.
Yeah, but who would want to be in Sweden? You know how they were all going on. People were trying to claim that Sweden had it right, the herd immunity thing. Well, that's as Jacinta Ardern said, New Zealanders would never agree to that because that means that you're okay with letting thousands and thousands and thousands of people die, and it really doesn't work anyway.
Yeah.
The whole herd immunity, and you only have to look at Sweden to see what a shit show they've got going there. They were leaving people dying in the nursing homes without any oxygen. They wouldn't bring them to the hospital, and it was just absolutely barbaric. So, that's the whole herd immunity for you.
Well, the thing is, it can't be herd immunity because the antibodies that it makes aren't retained. They only last for about 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
Was the report we saw.
Yeah.
And then they start declining enough that you could be infected a second time.
Yeah. That's right.
And if you can be infected a second time, there's no herd immunity.
And it also means that anybody that's vulnerable, and that's not just old people, that's anybody with any immunodeficiencies. Yeah. Anybody with diabetes, anybody with BP problems.
And has cancer.
Beverly said, "I'm old, lockdown, cancer, My boyfriend is exposed by his grandkids waiting for test results. Another shot of vodka for that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear
Yeah.
you have that cancer.
Yeah.
Is that really advanced, or is that anyway? That's really sad.
If
That's really
you
bad
may
to hear.
want to look into
Oh,
Trish's
yes.
mum had stage 4 melanoma, and we got her into a trial of a oh God,
Immunotherapy. It
yeah,
was
it
a
was an
interleukin.
and it was an interleukin therapy. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And if you can find out about the interleukin therapies, she went into complete remission, a large cancer in her lymph node in her neck, and she's still alive. She's 104. And
Yes.
this, like
This is stage 4 melanoma. She had
and
stage 4 melanoma in 2006.
yeah,
And she's 104 now. Stage 4 melanoma. I mean, she shouldn't have really been alive after a year,
yeah,
or possibly a year or two. So I don't know, but but it was kind of miraculous, really.
yeah.
So this interleukin therapy that they were doing a trial, and she was part of this experimental trial in 2006 at the Mater Private Hospital. Is it the Mater Private or the Mater? Yeah, the Mater
It's
Private.
Mater Private, I think.
And that worked out really
thought
well
all
for
of
her.
the
So I
Mater was
mean,
private.
it might be. I don't know if you're able to get access to that, or would that would probably work on other cancers, wouldn't it, Dee Dee?
I would think it may vary from cancer
Yeah,
to cancer,
it may.
but
Yeah,
it's definitely worth looking at.
yeah,
Yeah, in case yours is one of the ones that it works on.
yeah, yes. And I hope you're all taking vitamin D for David supplements, because they're incredibly important, just in general, because most people, even people that get enough sun, are actually D deficient today. I mean, Dee Dee found out she was dangerously D deficient about 10 or so years ago, and she was getting plenty of sun.
Yeah,
So
I
you
was
don't
working
have to.
outside in the garden a
Yeah.
lot. And
So you don't have to be, you can be D deficient and be getting enough sun. I'm not sure why that is at this point, and particularly black people who have high levels of melanin in their skin are actually usually D deficient, and that's why, apart from the poverty and the poor health with people that are black in poor areas, that's why they're succumbing so badly to the symptoms because of the D deficiency. So that's one of many reasons, because there's also lots of other different serious diseases you can get from
deficiency
in D, like diabetes and stuff like that. In fact, I think in Tasmania, I think we have sort of fairly widespread diabetes, and I think they started to realise that it had a lot to do with low light levels here, and people being D deficient. So it's sort of really, really important. So that's my little speech about that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
check this out. This, if anybody isn't aware of this site, because it's a science-backed site. It's not sort of woo-woo stuff. They scan all the latest medical journals and the latest nutrition journals and all of that, and they do these really easy to digest videos about different issues and all of that. So nutritionfacts.org, that's a really good one for nutrition information and stuff. And they do a lot about a plant-based diet and a lot about the horrors of animal products. But it's all science-based. So
Yeah.
anyway, that's my little rant about the
worth
D
a look.
deficiency and stuff.
Anyway, Beverly, do have a look at that.
Yeah. And Jera said, so I'm 64, but I live alone, bit of a recluse, hiding out from the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes, I don't know about you, Jera, I'm kind of a little bit of an introvert, and I really like my own company, but I sort of find if I spend too much time in crowds and stuff, if particularly it's more so when I have to do a lot of small talking. I get absolutely exhausted. Like after, if I'm at a situation where people are just small talking for 2 hours or something, I have to go home and kind of rest take, basically rest for a few hours to recover. I don't know if you're like that, but I find that's what happens to me. Let's see. I've never had panettone. Panettone.
Panettone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Italian cake. It's nice.
Have you had it? I've never
Yeah,
had
yeah.
that. Ah.
It's more of a sponge than a fruit cake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
Jera said, got it that time. I go almost nowhere and wear a mask and really, really distance myself. I will take the vaccine in the summer when I see which one has the least deaths. Isn't it terrible? Yeah, I sort of, it's a bit concerning that it has been rolled out sooner than is probably safe to do so, and yeah, but I don't want to be traveling anywhere while there's no safe, reliable vaccine. Do you, Dee Dee?
No,
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 not really.
we're not going anywhere. I mean, I've got asthma and stuff, and I'm 69, and
Yeah,
Trish
yeah,
is 60, and
yeah.
we have fires everywhere. Is that everywhere in Texas or everywhere all over the United States?
Gosh, isn't it awful that in winter there should be a lot of fires?
It's not
Like, what?
winter there. It's summer.
Oh, that's right. It's summer there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forget.
Oh no, it's winter there. It's summer
No,
here.
no, it's yes. See,
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
It's like, why are they getting
yeah.
why are they getting fires there, Dee Dee, when it's winter like that?
Not enough rain.
Isn't that appalling?
Yeah,
That's really scary.
yeah.
We've been really lucky here this summer. I think we said that in the last live stream. Normally, Tasmania is very cool anyway, and you might get about 6 or 7 really hot days during summer. But this time, it seems like, generally speaking, Australia is a little less hot this year, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And I think it's got something to do with El Nino, is it?
Yes, I think it's the ENSO cycle,
Yeah.
the El Nino Southern Oscillation.
So Disneyland is closed anyway.
Is that because of the earthquake?
Oh, I
is
see.
that-
It's because of the earthquake, maybe. Yeah.
or is it because of fires?
Do they maintain... Oh, so they get phone warnings about the earthquakes. Do they maintain a sort of the equipment at Disneyland? Like some of the
Yeah, there was a big disaster.
there was a
here
big
in
disaster in
you know.
Queensland where Dream World, they have a lot of different
Rides.
rides and stuff, but they just didn't service them properly, and there was a terrible accident with one of them, where I'm not sure, there was a few people got killed, wasn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Dreadful, really dreadful. And it turned out they just weren't maintaining things properly, and sometimes I wonder about,
It
some
was
of
on
these...
some sort of big roller coastery ride,
That was a sort of more of a water ride type thing, and these poor people got caught underneath it. I don't even know how it happened. I think one of those sort of things in the water ride kind of turned upside down or something, but they got caught underneath it and
I
drowned
think there was some going around some corner
and came off.
and it came off. or
Right, just awful.
The
Yeah.
guardrails broke or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. So where are we now in space, Dee Dee?
We're in an Atlas interface.
An Atlas interface.
This is a
What
ginormous computer.
What is an Atlas interface?
Well, the Atlas in this
Oh,
game.
so Beverly's got to go. Sorry, must go. Happy, healthy New Year to all. Yes, Beverly, take care and check out that site because it's really, really great. And
Yeah.
and I hope that the rest, you have. Well, hopefully we'll see you again. But have a happy New Year's Eve and may 2021 be everything you wish it to be. So yeah,
And
have a lovely rest of the day.
May something happen that may they not start any new wars.
Yes, may they
they
not start any new wars.
decide to
Just excuse me for a
develop
second.
some sort of empathy or consciousness. May people in government decide to develop some sort of empathy or consciousness. Yeah. Okay. Bye, Beverly. Happy New Year to you. I hope it will be a Happy New Year. 2020 didn't work out that well. And Trish has gone off for a moment, just in case. Is Disneyland closed kind of permanently? I don't know. Disneyland. Anyway, this is the Atlas interface, and there are these satellites in some solar systems, which are interfaces to a computer that controls the universe, or the galaxy anyway. This is the Atlas interface, and there is a giant computer that effectively controls and manages the universe, and it has these satellites here.
It's like the big version of the caretaker.
Yeah, well, it's probably more central than the caretaker from Voyager.
Oh no, Nandi's taken my chair. Nandi? How does he do that? He just comes from nowhere.
Yes, and I've found out that I am in fact an artificial construct, which is an agent of this computer to sort of investigate and explore the universe and make sure things are kind of going along okay, I guess.
Does anybody live with cats? I don't know if this happens to anybody, but literally seconds after I've left my chair, I sort of come back. I've been like away for about 20 seconds, and next thing there's a little cat in the chair. I don't even know how they get to the chair as fast as they do.
Yeah. And it's teaching me how to create a star, I think.
How to create a star.
How to create a new star. A new solar system. And there are words in the programming language in these little bubbles that sometimes you get when you walk over them.
Oh yeah.
And that's why I'm wandering around. See these little silver things on the floor? That's where I'm going. And I learned a word for there in the computer language.
So I read this today. I don't know if anybody's who's watching this is interested in this, but I saw I was reading Yasha Levine's recent article, and he mentioned that David Sirota, who was Bernie Sanders' campaign advisor, he said he seems, quote, he seems to have taken his official Bernie campaign Substack newsletter and privatized its massive email list post-election for personal profit, which is kind of amazing.
Yeah.
and sort of naughty, isn't it?
Yes.
That's really naughty.
Yes.
And it's interesting because Brianna Joy Gray, and I do like Brianna Joy Gray, but apparently they're bringing in like about $35,000 a month on their podcast, on the Bad Faith podcast, and that's only been going for like
Which is
4
crazy.
months. That's crazy. That's only been going for like, I remember when she started that, and the weird thing is she's only got like it's not even like there's a lot of subscribers on that YouTube channel. It's like 14,000, like 14,000, and they're getting $35,000 a month. How is that even possible?
Yeah.
So
I mean, when you get things like Status Quo or Empire Files and stuff, and I'm sure they're all struggling.
what does immiserated mean, Didi?
What?
Immiserated. Immiserated.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
What?
I've never heard that before. I'll have to look it up.
Where is it?
In that article. Immiserate, past tense, caused
Sounds
to
like
become
made miserable. I don't know.
caused to become poor or impoverished.
Made miserable. It is made miserable.
Let's see. Are being immiserated more and more. Oh, I see. Anyway, that's pretty amazing. That is a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. There's the space station.
Anyway, he gets a little bit. Yasha Levine in this article, he gets a bit vicious about a few people. I'm not sure if I'd agree with everything in this article, but there's some interesting sort of things in it, though. He does a little bit of scorched earth with people. Let's see. So Kim said, yes, one of my cats would already be in my chair by the time I was half standing. Oh, wow. That's
yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Really fast.
Yeah.
And Jera said, wouldn't it be great if there were a
Benevolent
benevolent
caretaker.
caretaker who went all
Yes,
over
wouldn't it?
rewiring broken civilization? Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the problems I've always had with Star Trek or any of the things is the degree to which they seem to think other civilizations are like them,
Yes.
like humans, so that they're
Yeah.
just going to be warlike and interested in money and like
Yeah.
it's like every woman in the universe
Wears
wears
high heels.
and
Yeah, it's
everybody likes to kiss and everybody's heterosexual and all of that.
Yes, it's a real reflection. The writing is a real reflection of some not very, sometimes not very,
Anthropocentrism in a big way.
and not very imaginative, and also incredibly speciesist at times. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. I wonder if I can sell my...
Yes, everybody wears high heels in space. All the women,
Yes, all the women
no matter
wear
what
high
species
heels.
you are.
I think that is so funny.
And Jera said, hopefully Brianna will do something altruistic with the money, like start a fund to construct low cost homes for the homeless. Yeah, it's
Well,
funny.
you hope, but it would be better if money was used for the community instead of money you put in the hands of somebody,
Yeah,
and we're all dependent on whether they're nice people or not.
yeah. It would be great, actually. Like Status Quo. Jordan Chariton and Status Quo. That's a really good leftist journalist thing that does on the ground reporting about different issues, and they did some great reporting on Flint, Michigan, and the ongoing water crisis there, and also even exposed some of the really dirty dealings there. And he was saying the other day, he said, here we are begging for money. Like, they have about 100,000 subscribers now. It took them ages to get to that. And here they are sort of begging for money. And yet Brianna Joy Gray has only had that podcast for like no time. And here they're getting $35,000 a month. And he says, how come, like we're doing all this on the ground reporting, which actually requires, time and getting to places and staying in hotels sometimes, sort of reasonably priced hotels and all of that. And, we're struggling, and we're actually doing reporting and breaking some news and stuff. And other people like sitting in, like a comfy little studio interviewing kind of these soft
People,
sort of...
or just giving their opinions or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, are getting $35,000 a month. And I sort of wonder that too. It's like, why are people throwing money at... at that. Like, I'm not saying she doesn't have, but I'm not crazy about the people she interviews. Like, I feel like she's kind of, sometimes but I find most of these podcasts tend to be focused on these electoral politics and getting these blue check people in to talk who are kind of mealy-mouthed about sort of
all
the
kinds of
Democratic
stuff.
Party and all kinds of things, and they never ever really talk about imperialism. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with any leftist podcast too that doesn't talk about imperialism regularly and actually see that as a very, very important issue, as at least as important as any of these domestic issues. But that's sort of not necessarily the case with, like Brianna Joy Gray. I don't know. But anyway, I mean, I like her, and I think she's very intelligent, and I've enjoyed when she joins the podcast of Cornel West and Trisha Rose, that the tightrope, that's actually, she did a good thing with them. So I'm just hoping that, I don't know, I'm just hoping that these particular things aren't designed to sort of get people more concerned about electoral politics, and as if that's going to save anybody or really change anything. I just worry about that, and I hope that I hope she's not focused on, I don't think she's focused on the Democratic Party. I think I'd like to think that she's going to support a third party, at least, and just completely abandon that ridiculous Democratic Party.
One hopes.
So one would hope, and also, not forget about imperialism, because that's something you see often on these leftist things. They get really, really taken up with domestic issues, and there, of course, Medicare for all is important. That's very important, and all of that. But I mean, we all have to focus on imperialism, because we're destroying other people's lives all over the world every single minute of every single day. I mean, we have to be people in Western countries and the Western imperialism. We have to care about that, and we have to do something to end it, because it's bringing the world to a close. But it's bringing, isn't it, Didi? It's. I mean, the U.S. military is one of the major contributors to the climate crisis. Of course, animal agriculture is more. It's a major, and that's why we need to be vegan. But the U.S. military is an incredible polluter. That's just one of the things, and it's destroying other countries and terrorizing people as an occupational force, and so I have a problem with any podcast, if they claim to be a sort of on the left, if they're not talking about imperialism regularly and always including that in their talks, then then I find it a bit suspect, don't you, Dee Dee?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not good. Anyway, let's see, wouldn't it be? And Jera said, hopefully Brianna will do something. Oh, that's right. And Jera Brown said, I follow status quo. I hope Jen makes a complete recovery. And yes, I wish that more left media were like Abby Martin. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? We need
Yeah,
we need
really.
a lot of Abby Martins.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope Jen makes a full recovery. Jen Dye's got. She was covering the press of Giuliani was doing, of course, a press meeting,
And
he
all of
didn't.
those people, Giuliani
Yeah.
and his kids, and all
He
of
didn't
those
have
people
his.
were sick.
He doesn't believe in masks, even though I think he had COVID
He
for
was sweating
a
like
while. He was sweating like nobody's business, and his hair dye was running down the side of his face. And Jen got, I think,
doesn't
picked
he
up.
use fast hair dye?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Yeah, you'd think. And
think.
Jen was in there doing, sort of asking questions, and she ended up getting COVID from that. She had a mask on. It was probably swimming in COVID in there because nobody was wearing a mask. So she got it there. She probably should have worn some one of those plastic face masks too. That probably wouldn't have been a bad idea.
yeah.
Anyway, so she's got what they call, I think, long haul COVID. So it's been like 4 weeks or 5 weeks now, and she's had she's been feeling very poorly, sort of shortness of breath and stuff. But I don't think she'll get the full blown thing, because it's usually the second week you get the worst symptoms. I think the first week not so much, and then the second week it kind of gets much worse than that. So hopefully she'll make a full recovery. Let's see. Is Jen still there? Oh, I didn't see this one. She said we get 0.75 cents on the mile, supposed to cover gas and maintenance.
Oh, that's good.
Is that good?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether it's good. Hopefully it's appropriate, but
Yeah.
it's just dreadful, really.
What's that?
Just what they do to people is just
Yeah.
dreadful.
Anyway, Dee Dee and I went for a walk today along the river, and it started off, it was kind of the weather felt quite sort of mild. It was a nice sunny day.
It was nice.
But then by the time we were coming back, because we usually walk about, today we walked about 6K. Usually it was about 6K, wasn't it? 6
something
kilometers.
like that.
And but on the way back, it got really sort of hot.
It did.
And we were schwitzing. It was sweaty. I was getting quite hot, and we were glad. And then all we wanted to do was drink soda. I wanted to drink soda water when I got home. Just kind of just gobble that down, some plain soda water. It's funny, the sun here feels, if the clouds come over, the temperature drops like about 5 or 6 degrees, doesn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
But the sun is quite bitey though when you in summer, when it's actually not through the clouds and stuff. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wish that what I wish is that people like Brianna Joy Gray would sort of go and encourage people to give money to, the likes of Status Quo and that sort of thing. Like, that would be really great, because that is a lot of money, isn't it?
It's a huge amount of money.
I had no idea that they were making that much money.
Yeah.
So that's like, how much is that if there's two of them?
I find it's
that's
astounding.
$17,000 each a month. So that's like what That's like 4,000. That's like over $1,000 a week from that podcast, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's American dollars, so that's probably about $1,300.
Yes, we have to state American dollars
Yeah.
here because Australian dollars aren't worth anything like that.
Is that right? Have I got that right, or is that more like $4,000 a week? Yeah, that's right. It's about over $4,000 a week, Dee Dee.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah,
Oh, that's nuts, isn't it?
it is.
$4,000 a week,
Yeah.
and that's American dollars. So that's probably what, $6,000 a week,
I don't know.
or 7,000?
Yeah,
Holy shit,
a lot.
that's a lot.
Yeah,
That's what that stupid Vosh is getting now. And he's the only one, so he's getting
he's just a
35,000.
reactive.
He's
I'm
awful.
sorry if anybody are big Vouch fans.
Yeah,
But
$35,000 a month he gets at the moment, and that's going to go up.
yeah,
And he's so confused, like he thinks that what was it? Marxism is the precursor to sort of like what we have now or something. He's got it all, like he has no clue. He thinks, I think he's basically loves capitalism and is trying to pretend to
he's
his
kind
audience.
of a libertarian capitalist, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he's trying to sort of basically mash socialism into something that is unrecognizable. I don't know, it's weird.
Well,
He's also a misogynist, it's terrible. But anyway, there's a whole bunch of things wrong with him. But he's making $35,000 a month for sort of just putting out garbage. That drives me spare when I see leftist journalist outlets like Empire Files and Status Quo, having to hold their hat
Having a
out
hard
for money.
time.
And then you get these kind of people like Vaush, who is just putting out nonsense and sitting there and just crapping on.
well, then you get the right wing people, and
Well,
they just make
but
a
I wonder why
fortune.
that is so, Didi. See, this is where I wonder. Like Didi and I both talked about this before, but where people seem to like drama more than they do kind of really wanting real information about stuff. They seem to want sort of lots and lots of drama, and like I notice even sometimes, like it's just sort of, it's not. They're not that. A lot of people aren't that interested in actual real news. They want sort of
They want
talking heads
reaction.
clashing and reaction videos to people and
And people yelling at each other.
yelling
and,
at each other. Yeah, and I think
I don't mean like Jimmy Dore gets
God, no.
angry. I mean like
yeah,
just
yeah,
stupid stuff.
yeah. It's like it seems to be what attracts people to some live streams. And I don't know. And I sort of think, God, we're so doomed if that's really all we want now is kind of, drama and reactions and people mudslinging and stuff like that. It's not going to go well,
No.
particularly since how propagandized everybody is.
Yeah.
And also I've noticed that people tend to like to watch these like leftist podcast things that are about electoral politics, and Pelosi said this and what's in it. I mean, it's good to point out the really crap things that are happening, like the stimulus checks and how she's sabotaging it and how she's trying to get less for people and all of that. That's all important stuff. Or,
Yeah.
if she admits that she knew that George W. Bush was lying about the Iraq War and she didn't say anything, all that kind of stuff that but it's like when you get all the minutiae about what idiot GOP politician said this, and then somebody responded to that. I mean, it's such low-hanging fruit, and they're barely mentioning any imperialist stuff that's going on. It's low-hanging fruit, but unfortunately, people seem to throw money at people that are doing that sort of stuff. And I mean, I'm subscribed to Carl Kalinske, but like. And his secular talk thing, and he does interesting stuff about electoral politics. But I mean, you could do like 4 or 5 videos a day about that, and it's just such low-hanging fruit. It's just like it's
And
so
then you get the
easy.
Ben Shapiro types, and it's good God, you know.
Well, Ben Shapiro's on another level altogether. He's a drama, he's into drama and, like
But
doing whole videos about Cardi B's song, and sort of going through the lyrics and, I mean, yeah, I'm just talking about people focusing on electoral politics and getting a lot more money than people that are actually doing on-the-ground work or doing, say, the
Yeah.
Empire Files or the Grey Zone, which goes to Latin America often and does stuff. It seems like people want that kind of they don't have to think too much about stuff, and they go, oh, and get really angry about something that AOC didn't do or did do, or you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
it's almost like a soap opera that never ends, because it is. American electoral politics, domestic politics, it's a soap opera that never ends.
Yeah.
And people seem to want to throw money at that kind of thing instead of real leftist. I'm talking about, leftist journalist stuff where they have to do a lot of research on things and
Well, they've done investigative journalism.
yeah,
and they
investigative
can actually
journalism.
see,
And, yeah.
bring up real issues.
So, hi Robin, how are you? And Jera said, hopefully, oh no, wait a minute. Clickbaiting is the word. Yeah. So how are you, Robin? Let's see.
No response yet.
What's that?
It takes a minute or two after we speak.
Yeah, it does.
for
Hey.
them to hear.
So it must be. Robin said, "I'm well. Hope you both had a good Christmas." Yes, thank you. We don't really do much for.
We had a lovely solstice.
Yeah, we do solstice things. That's kind of nice, and
like universal holidays.
Yeah, but we don't really do the Christmassy thing. Well, we sort of do. What we do is, like we were saying before, we'll make a bunch of nice food and stuff, and we might kind of get a bit naughty and have some drinks and stuff, just a few drinks and things. So we kind of do all that, kind of get a little bit snorky with the food. But that's probably it, really.
Yeah.
Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
How about you, Robin?
Oh, we
what
tend
do
to
you
give presents and stuff.
Oh, yes, we give presents and stuff, that's right. And Dee Dee made some cake for people in the street, like some Christmas cake, and that
we
was
like to,
really nice.
Do nice things for our neighbors and get to know them well.
Yeah.
That's what's going to sustain us in times of trouble, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very good bonding experience a year or so ago when we had the fires, and the fires, you could see them in the distance on the hill. Yeah. And we thought we might have to evacuate, and everybody was keeping in contact in the street, and that was really great.
Yeah.
And Robin said, I think many Americans don't care enough about the world beyond their borders, so some bad tweet from one of their politicians is a huge deal for them, but genocide in Yemen is off the radar. Yeah, that's got to change. Hey, Robin. Actually, what's her name did a very good book about that, American exceptionalism and American innocence, and it was by Danny Hayfong and Robert Sirvent, and they talk about American exceptionalism.
Yeah.
And there's a certain amount of American exceptionalism in the DNA of a lot of Americans, and they don't sort of and they have that sort of kind of like, look at how some will view Latin America, like the Monroe Doctrine, considering Latin America like
is our backyard.
Their backyard.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of thing. That's sort of, and the history books are full of nonsense. I like the stories that that are told, instead of actually the real story, like the untold history of the United States by Howard Zinn, that kind of thing. So yeah, it completely propagandized as well.
Yeah, I was always amazed at how little people seem to know about actual U.S. history. Yeah, things like the Haymarket riots and the yeah, the development of trade unions and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. And Jera said, I unsubbed Kyle because the boomer bashes and he really comes uninformed about what he's giving opinions on. I don't know. I don't really know. I can't. I have a lot of trouble following electoral politics unless I think that it's really relevant to something that's actually, something like I said, like the Medicare for all or something. So I don't follow all of it. But yeah, the boomer bashing gets a bit tiresome sometimes. Like, it's sort of just ageism, really. It's like not everybody who's, in that sort of generation is sort of, you know what I mean, Didi?
No, well, I mean, it was a generation. Their boomer thing seems to be anybody who's over, what, 40?
I don't
Yeah.
know. And Robin said it's like national narcissism. Yeah. Yeah, they keep cutting the education budget there in the US. Everyone talks of a tiny cut coming from, quote, defund the police, end quote, but education saw massive cuts and no mention yet. Yeah. Yeah. It's not great. I can hear a little cat snoring in the background.
Can you?
Yeah. So Kim said, younger people, we seem to think we know everything by 20. I think I probably thought I knew everything at about 25 or 27, I think.
At least we were a bit more honest. We just sort of said, don't trust anyone over 30.
It's funny, like I think I probably thought I knew a lot of things at 27, and now I sort of feel like I know so little,
Yeah.
and every year I feel like I know less and less, sort of thing. Let's see.
You're just more and more aware of the things that you don't know.
Yes, and I what I don't know could fill a lot.
I don't you think that you're in the position of actually losing knowledge yet?
What's
I
that?
think,
No.
I don't think you're in the position of actually losing knowledge. I think you are in the position of not having being aware more and more of the things that you don't know, which is a
Yeah.
healthy thing. I think it's good when we don't know when we know what we don't know. We're aware that we don't know things. What are those? Activated copper.
It's weird how YouTube hides some comments. Like, it just hid Jera's comments just then. Oh, hang on. Jera
Why?
said, and some people just lump all Americans ignorantly into one bunch of hayseeds who don't care, when in fact people like me do give a damn about Yemen and Palestinians and
It's
Syria
probably because
and
she
the
used
Kurds. Absolutely.
Yemen, Palestinian, and Syria and Kurd.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. There's
She used bad words.
there's a lot of people who care, and then there's a lot of people who don't care. I don't know where it sort of breaks up. I just wish that leftists who say they're leftists would show more interest in in imperialism, because it's getting more and more insane.
Yeah.
Let's see. And Robbo said, I know when I was 18 to 23, I thought I knew it all. By 25, I accepted how little I actually knew. Oh, well, you're good, I think. And do you have something you'll do for New Year's? Oh, yes, and I hope I didn't offend you, Jera. I realize there's a bunch of people that come to this channel that obviously care about imperialism because I talk about it often. So there's a lot of people who do care. It's just sadly I just feel like there's an absence on these so-called left channels. A lot of them who just seem to be obsessing about domestic stuff. And that's not helpful for the people who join them because they just don't think about what's actually happening. And I mean, if you care, why? I mean, I don't know why everybody thinks that these artificial boundaries, that it doesn't matter if it's on the outside of your artificial national boundary, then it doesn't matter. So what are we going to do? What are we doing New Year's Eve? We usually just kind of have a quiet New Year's Eve, and we usually sort of do. I was saying to Dee Dee today because we usually do this kind of almost like a meditation thing where we actually say we go through wishes for like peace for and go through different things, and we start off with people and sort of have good thoughts for all the different people we know, and then we kind of broaden it out, until it gets to a sort of a global thing, and then the universe and stuff, and then we have wishes for ourselves, and sort of always having enough, and that kind of thing, and sort of having a happy,
having
healthy
sufficiency.
Sufficiency, having
we
a
don't ask
happy,
for
healthy.
A lot, but we'd like to have enough.
Happy, healthy year, and that kind of thing.
Wish.
And for all the non-humans, hoping that we'll have a vegan planet sometime, and all of that. So we do all of that, and so we tend to do that, and so we don't do the kind of drinky things and stuff. And but I said to Dee Dee, the last few years have been a bit of a kind of a crazy, and so I said maybe we should just sit.
The years themselves were shit shows.
Yeah, maybe, and I said maybe we should maybe not do that and actually do something that's like just drink, and then maybe it might be a better year. I don't know. I was just joking, really, but it hasn't turned out so well. Last year
2020 hasn't been fabulous.
No, last year was
for anybody.
Fires, the crazy fires and stuff. And this year, I had 2 operations on my hand. My brother has died. I've the COVID.
Your mother's
and I mean,
gone in the hospital.
Our sort of situation is like a way better than a lot of other people's situation, of course. And if you live in Gaza or wherever else, it's I mean, that's real suffering.
Yeah.
But it's 2020 has not been a lot of fun. And sometimes I think, when you sit down and you're sort of like doing, people are sort of thinking about the new year and you don't know what's going to happen. I think, like, I mean, who would have guessed there'd be a plague this year? Like when we were sitting there doing our wishes and stuff. Dee Dee.
What?
Who would have, when we sit down and do our wishes and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then, the sort of things that have happened this year. And I'm pretty certain that my sweet mother is going to die this next year because she's so old now and she's really starting to decline.
She's starting to just get tired of, I think, being here.
Yeah, she's basically getting to the point where she sort of has to go to bed now at 7 o'clock at night. She's really tired all the time. And she's very, very old, like she's 104.
She's losing her appetite.
Yeah, so I'm expecting we're going to have to go to a funeral, and that's not something I'm looking forward to, is her not being on the planet anymore. But I mean, she's very, very old, and I actually thought she might be gone 10 years ago, sort of thing. So anyway, Robbo said, a guy like Pac-Man just hang on a sec. A guy like Pac-Man just talks about political gossip in the US, but never seems to mention truly awful foreign policies.
No. A lot of them don't.
Yeah. Pac-Man, isn't that the guy from the UK, or is he American? I don't know. I think 2020 was good for Bezos and Musk. Yeah, really. Um, who was it? It was not bad for Indian billionaires too. Apparently, there was one Indian billionaire. He was I think up in the 90th richest person in the world or something, and now he's the fourth. So he's actually really raked it in during COVID, and he's making like $12 million an hour or something. And Jera said the elites are the enemy. Over and over, I say that too. Oh no, it's Mum. Mum's ringing. I might.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
you talk to?
Okay, I'll talk for a few minutes. Yeah, yeah. Trish's mum's just called. As she says, she's 104. So he was originally from Argentina, but moved to the U.S. very young. Yeah, COVID has been fabulous for billionaires. I think it's a real chance for them to concentrate wealth, any of the rich, and that's just disgusting, really, and so sad. I think the concentration of wealth has just been proceeding apace. I think I'll just stop here and let people look at the strange planet. Yeah, it's incredible she's lived to that age. We were talking before about the fact that she had stage 4 melanoma 14 years ago and got a special experimental treatment. And I think she's one of the few people who survived, but she's had a complete remission and has lived all this time. The EPA getting shut down, I mean, that's just Trump. I mean, that's insane. He actually just hates the environment. I mean, how can you hate the environment when it's what supports you? I mean, it's like, no, we don't want that to get in the way of making money. But it's very end stage. It's very end stage capitalism. What we're seeing now, it's the concentration into so few hands on a global level. The concentration of power and wealth. It's just insane. I don't understand how that can be, really. It's just that crazy. Very ominous music here. Hi, Dragaye. Greetings from Oregon. Yeah, it's very like the last stages of a Monopoly game where nobody is interested in playing except the person with all the money. And it's like, except you can't stop this game, and it's who can get big enough to swallow the rest of them and not get swallowed themselves. And it ends up being like a conspiracy. I remember doing a lecture ages ago where somebody said, Dragaye. Okay, Dragaye. Is there a pronunciation on the first or second syllable, a stress, or is it equal? Yeah. Yeah, I did, on my channel, I did a little thing about Monopoly, the game itself. It was originally intended as a teaching tool to get people to understand how bad monopoly was, and how bad capitalism was with its competition. The problem with competition in capitalism is, like all competitions, someone wins, and that means everybody else loses. And the competition has been going on for some time, but I found it was very interesting finding out that the people, the woman who invented the game, was actually doing it as a teaching tool to try and teach people to avoid monopoly and avoid capitalism. And then it was taken over. And and it is. I mean, it's sort of like the game of Monopoly tends to be fun as long as you're going around and starting to accumulate maybe a bit of property with a bit of luck. But after a little bit, and somebody gets a leg up on everybody else, it just starts being grim, and everybody wants to stop playing. I think the only way we're going to stop this game is, like riots and major destruction and so on. I don't know how loud it is. I might take off from this planet. This is a bit ominous here. It's an interesting little moon, but get back out into space. No, I'm not a Richard Wolff devotee. I actually was just looking at that in relation to the parallels, and then found out a little bit about that history. I tend to be an eclectic collector of historical information and cultural information, anthropological information. I think I've always been more of a generalist than anything else, which I think in studying synecology that has come in useful. In studying global development issues, that comes in useful. But yeah, I've never been so focused on one or other thing. Let's see, where the hell am I? Are there any other planets to look at? There should be another one, I think. I've been to all of them. Okay, I'm leaving here. Isn't it wonderful if you can just say, I'm leaving here? Anomaly detected. Okay. Have to go for another anomaly. Flying through space. Okay, Dragai, thank you. Yes, I've always been interested in following up history. It's one of the things I've liked looking at, like labor history in the United States. I think people don't realize how much, how socialist the U.S. has been, how fundamental it's been in developing some ideas like fascism and socialism and so on. That Marx was a correspondent of Abraham Lincoln, and my memory, thank you, Kim, but my memory is actually shocking at this point. I have lace curtain memory, more holes than substance. But my memory used to be very good. Once upon a time, I could cite all kinds of stuff. Things like, the monoclonal antibodies. There were a couple of English scientists who developed the basic principles of that. Marx and Lenin were in communication, and Lincoln, excuse me. And Marx was actually had a column, I think, in the New York Times. I think it was that paper. It was some major U.S. paper, which is kind of totally amazing. But and I think most people don't know that. I mean, the period before the AFL was formed, before Sam Gompers and the trade unions, was an incredible period of industrial unionism, which was very political. It was all industry unions and so on. Wolf predicts the fall of capitalism. Well, capitalism needs to fall. And I think small commodity capitalism is probably okay, which is where people are trading or whatever things that they actually make for some sort of gain. But as soon as you get beyond that, it's terrible. Syndicalism has its attractions, where you have major industries controlled by the workers. But capitalism, the way we practice it, it really needs to go. It's completely unregulated, disgusting. People just collecting more and more stuff, more and more control of resources. It's the control of resources which is so horrible. The means of production. I mean, the means of production even come down to things like water and stuff. But I think one of the more interesting aspects of that, I'm sorry if tell me if I'm rabbiting on. I get into rabbiting on mode. But post-Fordism is the pattern in Marxism. You talk about the mode of production having two parts. There's the means of production, which includes labor and so on.
Are we talking about Marxism or something?
I'm talking
capitalism?
About Marxism. We're talking about Marx and the fact that he was in communication with Lincoln and
who was?
Marx.
Oh, Marx, yeah, okay.
And so on, and writing for the New York Times and that. And
oh, hi,
Marx,
Greg. It's Greg here.
Yeah.
Very good. How do we get on to that, Didi? Sorry, I had to. My mother rang and.
Just
poor
waffling.
mommy.
Just
What's
waffling
that?
as I do. Yeah, with the mode of production, that takes two parts: the means of production and the social relations of production. And the idea of the mode of production is that certain social relations of production become inevitable with certain means of production, which includes the technologies and so on. And one of the things about the Fordist period and the very large machines and assembly lines producing that have to be run for a long time. Yes, I didn't think you were promoting capitalism for a minute, Jared. Not for a moment. But post-Fordism really means that okay. Oh my, I've got new bits. Just my little guy is learning how to create things in the universe, I think. Kim says, how's your mom? Yeah. Was she a little bit vague or?
No, Mum's. Oh, I'm just answering Kim.
Yeah.
She's not. She's not sounding so great, really. I think she's kind of giving up a bit. Like she said, I just feel like laying. Like I felt like she was going to say, I just feel like laying back and just dying. You know, kind of laying back and going to sleep and dying, kind of thing. She seems to be tired all the time, and she's not eating really. Like, and I mean, she was never really a big eater, but now she's kind of like. I mean, she'd probably be lucky if she has like, 200 or 300 calories at the moment a day, and that's just, you're just going to waste away having that amount of, intake. She just has lost her appetite, and I think that's just so this age-related thing, just at some point your body, as the Buddhists say, your earth signs start giving up.
Yeah.
But she just wants to sleep all the time, Dee Dee, I think. I think that's how it is. And then she said something about Peter, like I said, are you depressed about, how are you feeling about Peter and all of that? And she was sort of saying how she was only speaking to him at 4 p.m. on that afternoon, and at 8 p.m. that's when he had the terrible headache and went into the ambulance, and then he was dead by 4 a.m. And she sort of said it was so weird, like she was only just talking to him. He came to visit her, and he said he was going to come back. He wasn't going to come back the following day. He was going to also pick her up and take her up pick her up. No, sorry. He was going to come and visit her before they went away on Christmas Day because she doesn't feel like going out. And then they were going to come back in the afternoon and say hello. So, of course, that never happened. And so it's all that weird stuff that happens where, someone's there and then they're not there and then that's it.
Yeah.
At least she got to see him on the day that he died, or rather, that just before sort of thing. So, but that's just, that's just something I never thought would happen, that he would die before she would.
Yeah.
It's just sort of like, that was something I was kind of a bit afraid of, that because he was at an advanced age himself, and but I just never thought it would happen like that. So anyway, that's
Peter's brother is 20 years older than.
So Chris. I mean, if she keeps going like this, where she's just eating like 300 or 400 calories a day, she's just gonna waste away till a nothing. She just won't last very long. So I just hate to hear her sort of sounding sort of like everything is just too much for her, like everything is she just, normally she can kind of have a laugh about anything, but it's not going so great. But thanks for asking, Kim. And And Greg said humanity has never had free markets. They
Yeah,
meet
this
their
was
requirement. And
Yeah.
Robin said, that's tough to watch. I lost my mum in 2018 to cancer. Her physical and mental decline was tough to bear. Wow.
Yeah.
That would have been awful.
I think with the capitalist thing, basically,
Hang on, Steedy. I want to just say one more thing about.
Okay.
I can't actually see Mum at the moment anyway, because we live in Tasmania and she lives on the Gold Coast, and we were going to come up and see her. We've seen her about 12 times in the last 13 years, but we haven't been able to see her this year because of COVID, and there's still sort of COVID craziness going on, and just keeps cropping up on the mainland via the airlines and stuff, and that's really the only way we can get up, and so it's kind of dicey.
We're fortunate here in Tasmania itself that there isn't really much COVID, and so we're able to function on a fairly normal way. But about free markets, I just wanted to say that, the problem with free markets is that it never calculates necessity, and most people have no resources, and necessity means that the only thing they have to sell is their labor. And yeah. There's nothing really free about them at all. Yeah, these matters are always difficult. I mean, it's like all of this happening during the COVID thing, and not being able to go up there, not being able to see Trish's mum. And over this last year, it's been hard for her, because of her age, she's really been in lockdown. I mean, she couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, they're paranoid about anybody. They're paranoid about anybody coming into that nursing home, which is understandable, seeing what's been going on overseas and stuff.
Yeah.
And and I really, and I don't think Dee Dee does, I don't really want to be travelling without some sort of vaccination. Because we're in that kind of vulnerable category. Dee Dee is definitely, and with sort of a asthma and stuff.
No.
So, and Greg said, so sorry you are having these additional challenges at this time, though these matters are always difficult. Yes, aren't they? They're sort of, it's like you either die suddenly or you die slowly, really, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, Mum is probably older than most people. Like most people don't get to anywhere near that age, do they, Dee Dee?
No.
So, she's been such an active person and so independent and everything that it's really difficult to watch her now not being able to be mobile and stuff. Because even up until like about, say, 4 months ago, she was still going out and doing some shopping, wasn't she, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
I mean, she was going out shopping and stuff. So, like at 104, that's kind of amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, and totally compos mentis and everything. And now her body is kind of going, that's enough. You've had way too many years. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slow entropy. I mean, it doesn't matter how much of a spirit you have. Yeah. Trish is talking as if she's talking to me, and she's on the other side of the room in the kitchen, but she was just saying she was contemplating cockatoos and the fact that cockatoos and some other parrots can often live to be 100 years old. And what kind of systems do they have that allow them to live to be 100? Yeah, and it's pretty amazing. Mm. Yeah. Virtual cups of tea. Yay, virtual tea. A what? I'm not sure. Oh, my family was dreadful, and I left home when I was very young and was told never to come back by the time I was 16. And I really have had almost no contact with my family, which suited some of us anyway. And what? Yes, Trish says I have a great daughter. I do. She lives in California, unfortunately. Nobody can hear what you're saying, Trish. She's talking and as if everybody's in the room with us.
She's multi-talented like Dee Dee.
Robin says we need to figure out turtles' mechanisms. They don't really die of old age.
Dee Dee's daughter is multi-talented like Dee Dee. Like Dee Dee's built most of this house, and she does amazing gardening. She can write speeches in Parliament and do policy and legislation. She's a biologist. She's done what else, Dee Dee? God,
Sexual health.
She's made boats. She's done masters in sexual health. She can fix lots of things. She can fix computers. I mean, I feel like a real dodo.
No.
I'm going to turn my microphone off because I'm going to just take a bite of some toast.
Yeah. Yeah. There's things like predators and diseases that kill them. Yeah, that's why there's a 187-year-old turtle. That's pretty amazing. I didn't know that they were completely regenerable. I thought they just were very long-lived. And yes, it would be nice to be able to regenerate. Yeah. I guess turtles must have the ability to continually reproduce. I wonder if that's the case, that they never lose that ability, because it seems nature tends to let entropy move in as soon as people lose the ability to reproduce, or as soon as species learn to lose the ability to reproduce. Like once we hit 40 or something and we start getting to be a bit older, all of a sudden, things slow down and we don't metabolize as well and all of the rest of that. Yes, I didn't think they were totally regenerative. I would be very surprised if anything is totally regenerative. I mean, the idea of vampires maybe, but...
Jero said a more socialist economy would be fairer and more equal, but would require more and tighter regulations to protect the people who have less than those who would take advantage, or we just have this.
Okay. A more socialist economy would be fairer and more equal, but require more and tighter regulations to protect the people who have less from those who would take advantage, or we just have this. I think there are certainly cultures where cultural approval or disapproval has a much greater impact, and when people behave badly, it exacts more of a toll, and people tend not to behave badly as much, or where people can collectively see problems with somebody, some member of the society, and take action. And it doesn't need to be necessarily a regulated action. I think some of the tribal societies and that sort of stuff, if somebody was doing off things, they would just kind of go for them. It's a bit like that thing with the Pennsylvania Deutsch, where if somebody was behaving badly, people would just gather around and witness and be watching them. Remember that they did that as a thing in that show, the Pennsylvania Dutch, the people the Amish people.
The Amish, yeah.
Yeah.
They would just stand.
Remember that show with Harrison Ford in it and stuff?
Yeah, the Witness.
Yeah.
Is that what they do, though, or is that Hollywood making up stuff?
No, I think that was based on something that actually happens to a degree, where people will exercise a certain shaming. But I think, like in my understanding of...
What comes to mind for me is the end of that...
Do you have your mic back on?
Yeah, I do. What comes to mind for me is the end of that show. What is it? The Body Snatchers, where Donald Sutherland, they're all standing there and pointing at someone as a witness. You know what I mean? Where Donald Sutherland is screaming at the end of that.
Yeah.
I don't know why that came to mind, Didi. It was just silly.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of modes of socialism. I think because there haven't been too many experiments in socialism which have been left alone, and doesn't have suddenly all the capitalist empires trying to attack you like they did with Russia or with China and stuff like that, or isolate you and stuff. There's been very few real models of large-scale socialism or large-scale societies built around socialism.
Yeah,
and so you find like Cuban socialism is actually different than Chinese socialism, is different than the Soviet Union was, or like different people have tried different modes with greater lesser success.
Yeah, and if they're anywhere near getting successful, they want to destroy it. The US wants to destroy it. Yeah. So any socialism that starts to become successful, and they try and do everything they can to stick as many spanners in the works.
And Dragai, I'd say absolutely socialized services, industries and endeavors. I mean, it can be far more decentralized than institutional socialism. I think as soon as you start having institutional concentration of power, you will always have problems.
Yeah.
The more you concentrate power, the more problems you will have. The more you'll have people who are just interested in power, who want to be in those positions.
It's hard to know what to call Didi. It's hard to know what to call China, because China is sort of, it's pulled 800 million people out of poverty, but it's still doing the capitalist stuff too, and a bit of sort of imperialism through soft imperialism sort of thing.
Sure. Well, it's an evolving...
Not soft imperialism. It's not. It's more like
through development,
development and stuff. There's that, but it's like
well, that's more about
what do you call China now?
That development assistance thing is not exactly imperialist. It's more like making allies.
That's right.
Rather than conquering.
Oh yes, it's not conquering, but what I mean is it's sort of like it's not imperialism. No, that's a wrong framing of it. But that I'm just wondering, though, it's hard to sort of say what China actually is at this point. It's kind of,
Well, I think it's
isn't
evolving.
it?
I think that whole period where after Mao, they started allowing villages and cooperatives to start selling surplus on capitalist markets.
Hmm.
They created kind of a capitalist market for selling it, but they were still, in some senses, collectives. Now, I'm not sure where they're at with any of that and how much control
Yeah.
the state has on major industries and
Mm.
how much individuals are able to extract power and money.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got certainly very rich Chinese people
Yeah.
these
Mm.
days. And
Imagine pulling 800 million. The US has got a lot of gall criticizing China when it's pulled 800 million people out of poverty,
yeah,
and they won't even give anybody anything in a pandemic. Anyway,
yeah.
it's
I think also, when you have revolution, you have to make the revolution effective and not simply see the reproduction of structures of power, of
mm,
the structural power systems due to people's education and opportunities previously.
yeah,
Things like the Cultural Revolution were really necessary. I mean, a lot of people who were highly educated and stuff who actually get sent out into farms and the countryside thought it was horrible. And it set back progress because you didn't have the technical people running things.
mm,
But honestly, I don't know how else you would have broken some of the links that allowed those people who were educated under the older system to continue to be running things in the newer system
right,
and accumulate power and so on. Um,
Oh, I meant to just share this with you,
yeah,
just in case you haven't caught
institutionalization
this.
is rarely healthy. I think any concentration of power is problematic.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen this from the from today actually, which is really interesting. I haven't finished watching it yet,
Yeah.
but from the Grey Zone, he does a very interesting. Now, why have they blocked that? It says Greg posted, China pulls 800 million out of poverty, while the USA pulls trillions out of. Oh, I see. Isn't that amazing? That word asterisk. They actually recognize that people are using the word ass, and they won't let it happen. Isn't that amazing?
That
Ass.
people are using what?
Ass. ASS, and they hide Greg's comment. YouTube.
Right.
Because they don't like the word ass, even with the asterisk in it.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Isn't that
yeah,
ridiculous?
yeah.
I wonder if you put a couple of dollar signs, would they hide that?
I don't know.
Isn't
I'm
that
gonna
ridiculous?
Yeah,
Um,
this is incidentally my.
did you
pleasure.
read out Greg's comments about? Did you read Greg's comments about one thoughts on the contrast between those who use the? Did you read that? We have to read stuff out just in case it doesn't play back. Excuse me.
Yes, yes.
So it
Trillions out of
worked.
our ass,
That
yeah.
works.
Yeah.
Well, see, people think.
Oh, that's clever, Robin.
Yeah.
The ad,
Robin puts an
$2 signs. That's
ampersand.
appropriate
Sorry.
too for that particular.
What?
It's appropriate too for that particular thing. America pulls trillions out of our $, $sign.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Yeah.
What else do they block? Actually, I don't know if you noticed, but I about a week or so ago I did a video on American fascism about the Proud Boys, and they were burning a Black Lives Matter flag
Yeah.
at their little Stop the Steal thing, and I was sort of had a blurred out photo.
Now, can you still see video?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
see it.
Yeah.
And I had a blurred out photo of a terrible lynching that happened, I think, in Oklahoma in the early 20th century, and they were all standing around this terrible scene of this black man who had been lynched and burnt alive. Burnt. Oh, I don't know if he was alive when he was burnt, but anyway, there was this dreadful image of him as a corpse that it had been burnt, and they were all standing around and smiling and having their photos taken. And I was
As
likening,
you do.
and I was
Yeah.
likening the Black Lives Matter flag on the ground to that man. You know, it was sort of symbolic of lynching a black man, and these Proud Boys standing around and all smiling and having photos taken.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was talking about that, and I didn't really show anything graphic in it, and then I showed a video of that was released of this young couple. One of them looked like he was sort of had Asian descent, sort of thing, and they were being beaten up by these Proud Boys, and they were just kind of slinging them around and grabbing the woman by her hair and pulling her to the ground. And you know, it was sort of yes, it was sort of graphic, but I gave a warning. But it was like, you know, they got away. But basically, that they were just walking through a mall, and these Proud Boys were saying to them, yelling to them as they were beating them up, "Get out of here! Go back to where you came from," or something. You know, so which is just insane. But anyway, like they actually took that video down. They didn't give me any warning. They did it. They just removed it. Just deleted it, basically. So apparently you're not allowed to talk about American fascism. You're not allowed to talk about the Proud Boys in any sort of, you know, even if you're being critical.
Because there were images of violence, but
But
who
the
knows?
thing with the Proud Boys, they were burning a Black Lives Matter flag, and I just sort of dropped in that image and blurred out the image of the man, sadly, that had been lynched. But you're not even allowed to do that. You're not allowed to, you know, because that's what they were doing when they did that. When they burnt that Black Lives Matter flag, that was symbolic of the days of when they would literally lynch people
Burn
and then
people.
burn them, you know, on the trees and
Yeah.
everything. Well, I mean, that's an important discussion. Like, you know, this is what they're projecting to the public. And YouTube, which is owned by Google, which is tied up in the military-industrial complex, and all of that, and is totally fine in many ways. They you know, is totally fine really with far righters. They get a lot of money from them in advertising and stuff like that, but they're fine with it really. They're you know, they're part of the U.S. national security state, Google, Silicon Valley, and Google. All the U.S. national security state are fine with with basically far right fascists, and they're fine with fascism because, you know, the U.S. refused to denounce fascism at the UN in 2014, and they haven't been able to. They haven't denounced it since. They refused to denounce Nazism at the UN. They were one of 3 countries: Canada, the Ukraine, and the US. All refused to denounce Nazism. So, you know, they're okay with it. And so, but you're not allowed to even sort of critique. You're not allowed to critique the Proud Boys, Dee Dee.
Yeah, I know.
It's nuts.
How disgusting is that?
And to have it sort of removed without any sort of discussion, there's no ability to have it, to challenge it even,
Yeah.
that decision. I
Yeah.
just think, F you, is what I think to that. You know, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you saved it, did you? Oh, wow. That's amazing. That's great, Jera. I hope I still have it on my phone because I hadn't actually... I don't know if I got around to actually saving that one. I do editing on my phone and then I upload it and stuff. So I'll have to have a look and see. But I just thought, F you and you effing, you know, like... You know, what kind of society have we got where you can't even talk about, and forget about Facebook, you can't even upload you can't even share a link that's critiquing the Proud Boys. A mention of that and they won't, you know, I was put in the sin bin for a month where I wasn't able to live stream on Facebook because I did another video where I was critiquing them. And so it's just sort of like, you're not allowed to do that. What sort of effing nonsense is that? You know, it's not like I'm promoting far-right fascism or anything.
No.
You know,
You're critiquing it. Yeah.
it just gets sad anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, the Grey Zone clip. Oh, okay. You saved that one. Okay. Oh, you just saved it. I see what you mean. Yeah. So anyway, let's see. Kim said the live chat for the
Well,
last.
Trish has got her things saved. She doesn't just put them up there and have them go away.
Oh, the.
You actually have the videos.
Oh yeah, I have them. Except that sometimes I get behind when I'm saving them, and I might have been behind on that one because I've just been a bit flaky lately.
Don't you save all of yours?
Yes, I save all of them, but I get behind because I do them every day almost, right?
Yeah.
So I don't get around to. I usually go to the YouTube and download them because it's easier than transferring them to my.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So I haven't, and the phone gets filled up with too much data, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Which it has been doing lately. So when you do something, every day, it kind of fills your phone up. Let's see. I would call China loose reins autocracy, but it is an autocracy, and I can't agree with the Great Leap Forward because it was murder, just like so many things the elites do here do. Yeah. Live chat for the last live stream is available, or at least it was Thursday afternoon when I watched the video.
Yeah.
Greg said, and Kim said the sick boys for
discussion not allowed.
Proud Boys. And Greg said, I had chat comments disappear from my history recently and saw info on Convo Couch with Zook trying to not say they collaborate with Google and Twitter on block, remove, shadow. Yeah. All right. I archive much more than I may pedal a gen to show it in the future. And Greg said, I archive much more than I view. I may pedal a gen. What's pedal a gen? I'm sorry, all the abbreviations. I pedal a gen to show it in the future. And Robin says, videos responding to Stephen Crowder's homophobic bullying of Carlos Maza got taken down, but they left Crowder's video up. So stupid. Oh. Wow. That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wowee. Generator. Oh, okay. Pedal a generator to show in future. Pedal a generator. Yep, free discussion not allowed. Yep. It's also a problem with just algorithms which go through the videos and look for words and go through, they look for words and look for images, and they're able to, I mean, it's amazing that you can type into a search engine, like cartoon of, Earth with something something something. You give a description, and then you'll get images with those kinds of things in it.
Sometimes. I've been having a lot of problems with Google at the moment.
You shouldn't be using Google, Dee Dee. Aren't you using Ecosia? No.
But everybody uses Google.
You're very naughty.
I mean, everybody uses, it's like all Ecosia and stuff, I think, uses Go. Don't they source their thing? It's just, where does it go?
She's trying to backpedal out of it now. But they plant trees, Dee Dee.
Yeah. That's good. I use Ecosia on my computer, too.
Itchy nose. And Greg said, yeah, and you get these free speech absolutists on the right who say nothing when people on the left get hushed. Exactly, Robin. Exactly. They're all for free speech as long as it's people on the right, but they don't give a toss when it's people on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was retracted.
Yeah, I don't really know very much about Chinese history. I should really do more investigation into that and do more reading and stuff. I'll have to look into that more. I know a bit about CIA interventions in China, and I did a video on that. It was actually just a reading from William Bloom's book. What's it called now? Jesus, I can't remember the name of his book. That's terrible. I'm really not in a good way
Yeah.
lately.
Yeah.
Killing Hope, that's it, Killing Hope, and it's about all the CIA interventions all over the world. And my goodness, they were meddling something shocking
Oh yeah.
in
They
in the
meddled with
60s and
everybody all the
50s, and
time.
it's just awful. I honestly don't know. Like, oh, and if anybody wants to hear something interesting about the CIA, I'll actually get a link to that. I don't know if I've mentioned this before. Um, CIA. Abby Martin and Robbie Martin with Media Roots Radio, they did a really good thing about it in there. I'll just put a link to that. And there's something very interesting about Daniel Ellsberg in there too, which people wouldn't have heard before. I'd have to listen to it again to really give a correct sort of description of it. But he was involved with the CIA for a bit in Vietnam, and so yeah, that was interesting. I might even be able to get that and play it through the microphone on my phone, because it's sort of fascinating. You would never think this about Daniel Ellsberg when you look at him, the Pentagon Papers whistleblower. Excuse me. So I'll see if I can find that on my phone and play it. It's about a few minutes long. Seems like this time of day, Didi, is actually not a bad time of day to do something like this.
Well, it's evening in the U.S.
Yeah.
And it's afternoon here. It's actually not the middle of the night like we usually do.
Yeah.
And crack of dawn over there. It's
Yeah.
probably not the best
Yes.
time really to be doing.
I have a lot of trouble. Just hold on a sec. I'm going to just see if I can spot this bit. So anyway, this whole thing is about the Phoenix program, but I have to. It might be tricky to find the Daniel Ellsberg thing.
Yes, Killing Hope is an amazing book. Robin was saying. I'm surprised it didn't get banned hard. Jerry says, I don't know if you see a G in my circle, but I see a silhouette. It will become a G when the chat posts after, but it should be a G now. They mess with us. Yes, it is a G now. Robin says, I see a G. I listened to that episode the other night. Good episode. Yes, Robin, I view that as a method of diversion. I think we must view policies from a holistic perspective.
Are you responding to someone, Didi? Because I
No,
might
no,
just
I'm
play
just
this.
reading some of the things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just apparently what the Phoenix program that the CIA set up in Vietnam became the model for all the sorts of regime change type things in the rest of the thing. But I just want to play people this little thing. The audio isn't very good from the guy who's speaking, but he did a what was his name? Oh, anyway, he did a lot of interviews with the CIA for about 3 years before they started turning him away, and he had a really good insight into the CIA and the Phoenix program in Vietnam, which was a kind of awful. So I'll just play a
Robin
couple
says
of minutes of this.
it's after midnight in Canada.
Oh wow.
And Kim is after 1 o'clock. It's 1:30.
Okay, so let me play this, Didi. I'll just play this because if you'll never hear, you will not have heard this about Daniel Ellsberg. It's really kind of amazing. Okay, so am I got it on? Yeah.
Eventually reorganized itself and how it now operates around the world. I talked to one general, a guy named Bruce Palmer, who had led a division of Americans in South Vietnam. And I said, what did you think of the Phoenix program? And he said to me, when they came to me and they said they were going to create the Phoenix program and they wanted me to contribute Army lieutenants intelligence people to the program, I said no, I objected, because Army lieutenants vow to
It's coming up soon.
uphold the rules of law of ground
Sorry,
warfare.
this is not what I want to play,
but
but
make them break those rules, which they are, which is you don't go out and kill civilians.
Douglas, I wanted to interject something really quick about, because you've written about Daniel Ellsberg before, and you have a different take on him than a lot of anti-imperialists or anti-war activists tend to have on him.
Well,
So this congressional investigation into the Phoenix program, did that happen after the Pentagon Papers? And what are your actual opinions on Ellsberg and his sort of status in the anti-war scene as a whistleblower? What are your real feelings on him?
let me give you the 5-minute story, okay? One of the people that William Colby actually sent me to interview, he called up this guy and said, talk to Doug. It was a guy named Frank Scott, who had worked for the U.S. Information Service in Vietnam. He had been there from 1962 and through up until 1972. He ended up working for Colby at the Phoenix program. They were good buddies, Frank Scott. So I went to interview Scott. And Scott, one of the first things he said to me was that he and Dan Ellsberg had lived together for 2 years in South Vietnam. And that Ellsberg had been part of, and Scott worked, even though he was with the U.S. Information Service, he worked very closely with the CIA. And they were working for this guy, Tom Donahue, who I mentioned earlier, from 1964 to 1966, had been the head of covert operations for the CIA in South Vietnam, and they were developing anti-infrastructure operations. The infrastructures that the operations that then become part of Phoenix, these paramilitary police operations, the targeted assassinations, learning where the guerrillas live, where their leaders live. Scott and Ellsberg, from 1965 and 1966, were developing the pilot programs. And Ellsberg, in his movie, the movie he made about himself, shows himself as a soldier, an army soldier. And in his biography, he never talked about that 2 years and what actually went on with his work for the CIA when he was actually dressing in black pajamas so that he looked like a Vietnamese peasant, and going out with Frank Scott and then these guys and knocking people off, kidnapping them, learning how to develop these programs. So and Scott also told me, as did another guy, Lucien Conin, who they worked with very closely, that Daniel Ellsberg was very famous for those 2 years he was working with them. And he was a bit of a swordsman, a ladies' man. And Ellsberg had a romance with the girlfriend of a Corsican drug dealer. And the guy's name was Michelle Sagan, and the girlfriend's name was Germaine. And Ellsberg has this even though she's the girlfriend of a Corsican gangster in Saigon, he has this whirlwind romance with her. And so this Corsican gangster gets Dan in his villa, and at the time, Dan was in the villa of the CIA station chief in Saigon, a guy named John Hart. And then the Corsican comes over to Hart's villa and puts a gun to Dan's head and tells him either you get away from my girlfriend or I'm going to kill you. So Scott and Coneen both told me this story, and Coneen, who had been in Vietnam since 1952, had to go and was actually the CIA's liaison to the Corsican drug smugglers, had to go to this guy Michel Sagan and the Corsican leaders and say, look, you got to lay off Dan, or there's going to be a war between the CIA and the Corsicans in Saigon. So they backed up. Now, Dan Ellsberg puts none of this in his biographies, okay? And nobody...
Oh. Anyway, so I don't know. It's really bad audio on that end of that guy's audio is bad. I wish people would actually invest in a decent microphone when they do those interviews. But anyway, I don't know if you could hear that okay. But anyhow, Dan Ellsberg was seemed to be part of the pilot program for that Phoenix program, which was a really sort of an evil program to kind of knock off. Ringleaders in Vietnam and stuff during the war, sort of guerrilla leaders and stuff like that. But anyway, they've used that program now for, regime stuff, regime meddling throughout the world. So that's something he didn't mention in his book. Yes, they should make a movie. That would be kind of fascinating. Robin said, haha, they should make a movie about the story regarding Daniel Ellsberg. I had to laugh when he called him a swordsman. I mean, who uses that term, Didi, anymore? A swordsman. That sounds like something from like the 1940s. That made me laugh when I heard that. Let's see. Have we read out any of the comments, Didi?
No.
Okay,
I think
so
everybody was listening.
where are we up to with the...
I don't think there's been any comments. Oh, wasn't Ellsberg a whistleblower? Was the info
Yes,
documented
he
and
was the
true?
Pentagon Papers whistleblower. Let me see.
Is this like the smears of Jimmy Dore, which doesn't change the message?
What's that?
Is this like the smears of Jimmy Dore, which doesn't change the message?
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, for sure. There needs to be... Oh, we've done that. So, Robin said, I've only been to Montreal for short periods when traveling. I'd like to really go visit there. I've never been to Montreal. And then Jera said, I also see the human silhouette at the top of my YouTube premium pages, and where it says, quote, add a comment, end quote. I guess it's a change, but I really don't like it. And Greg says, yes, current civilized and advanced systems are founded in dominion concepts and favor consolidation of power and equality stemming from lack of empathy, however that is defined. And Robin said to Jera, yeah, that's very strange. Have you tried logging out and back in, or log in to YT YouTube in a different browser or private mode? And Jera said, Robin, I just have a phone, but I've been in touch with Google and YouTube, and I will get an answer on Monday. Greg said, wasn't Ellsberg whistleblower? Was the info documented and true? Is this like the smears of Jimmy Dore, which doesn't change the message? I don't know if it's a smear. Apparently it's supposedly true in that he did all these interviews, and who knows? I mean, it could even be like I was apparently Robbie said that he was actually interviewing CIA people, and they were being very open with him, and they actually at some point thought he was part of the CIA, and that he was actually documenting information about the CIA. So they were very open with him, and that's what they told him. This is what they told this guy who had sort of a complete access to the CIA for like 3 years before they started realizing he wasn't part of the CIA, and they started closing their doors on him. So whether that's whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it could quite possibly could be. Actually, hang on, did I hear later on that he actually admitted to, Daniel Ellsberg actually admitted to that? I think I might have to listen back to that podcast, but I think he actually admitted that, so that he was, that he did do some work like that for the CIA. I think so, but anyway, I can't remember, because I was listening to that late at night, and sometimes I fall asleep in the middle of things. But I think I might have heard that, but I can't be sure. So yeah, so I don't know. It's like who knows anymore? It's really hard to know what's true and what isn't anymore, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, it's something to file in the back of one's head. Let's see, so Robin said, a funny spy comedy, but yeah, haha, never heard the term swordsman in that context. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that term where they call, sort of a kind of men that go out with a lot of women swordsmen. Have you heard that term, Dee Dee? It's a really old term, swordsman.
Oh,
It's
really?
a really, really old term, yeah.
Oh, about going out with women.
Lots of women.
Ah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sounds really
the
tacky.
infamous pork sword.
It sounds really
Really
tacky.
disgusting.
And I wish you hadn't said that.
Yes.
Stomach churning.
Yes.
Now I have to poke out my mind's eye.
Yeah. That's the one.
Thanks for that.
I must poke out my mind's eye. Yes.
Robin's laughing. Yeah, it could be. It could be.
Yeah.
I could have done without hearing that, Robin. Greg said an Errol Flynn reference. Yeah, it could
Ben
be.
Elton did a whole number about all of that.
Mm. Stop.
That was the first time.
Stop,
I
you'll
think
make
I
me
heard
choke
that
on my
reference.
tea.
Yes.
That would be super classy if it stemmed from Errol Flynn.
Yes, I don't think so.
Super classy. Yeah. Oh, okay. You were named after Robin Hood. How amazing!
That's a
Wow.
That's a good thing. To
Yeah,
be
really.
named. Robin Hood was a goodie.
I am an old movie fan. Yeah, I love old movies too. I used to watch them a lot. In the 90s, I used to watch all these black and white films. Yeah. Double Jeopardy was a good one with Fred McMurray. I love that one. Let's see. Jura Brown. Greg, yes, the message is the thing. I was, quote, hashtag force the vote before Jimmy co-opted it as his. From my perspective, Jimmy smears people because some just don't like him. Personal taste. Yeah, I had a bit of trouble, like, for a while there after he was sort of worshipping Tulsi Gabbard, and Tulsi Gabbard could do no wrong, and promoting Tulsi Gabbard, even though, I mean, he kind of avoided asking her about Israel, because if you push her on Israel, she won't bother trying to have a interview with you again. She kind of puts out these signals very, very obviously to an interviewer if they go to the Israel sort of a section of an interview. If they go to the topic of Israel, she seems to get very defensive. And I don't know why anybody on the left didn't kind of immediately just almost like, I'm sorry if there's any Tulsi Gabbard fans here, But I mean, she did this speech at Kufi, the Christians United for Israel, in 2015, and it's a complete, sort of, Israel is great kind of thing. And she got a trophy, I think, a sort of award, Champions of Israel. So she's sort of pro-Israel, and even though she may sort of have said some things that sound like they're against violence against Palestinians, I really, they're sort of they were half-hearted, and I really think she's totally kind of, anybody who gives a speech to a right-wing kind of rapture-loving group like the Christians United for Israel, they're a far-right group, has to. I don't believe that from 2015 to 2020 you can just, have a change of heart, and be all, pro-Palestinian. Do you, Didi?
The what?
I don't think that Tulsi Gabbard going from Kufi,
No,
a
I
Kufi
think
speech
she's still.
to 2020, I really do think she's sort of pro-Zionist, and she
Yeah.
knows where her bread is buttered. Like, you have to be, if you want to be in the Democratic Party, you have to be, in some ways, either you're silent about Palestine at worst, silent about Palestine, but you cannot really get away with being anti-apartheid Israel. You can't, in the Democratic Party, they just won't let you. They just won't let you, basically. So you can't flourish in that party if you're not at least a soft imperialist and stuff. So anyway, Tulsi Gabbard, I believe she's she's pro-Israel. And people on the left should have gone, oh, well, that should just write her off there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's given but Jimmy Dore pretended I gave him a couple of super chats and said, can you ask Tulsi Gabbard about her speech at Kufi in 2015? Can you ask her, is she against funding the funding of $10 million a day of military stuff for Israel? Is she against that? And if she became president, would she be against that? And of course, nobody will ask that question, except somebody like, say, Abby Martin or Max Blumenthal. They would, the Grey Zone, Empire Files, Media Roots. They would all, and she avoided giving interviews with those people. But Jimmy Dore just soft-pedaled everything, and unfortunately, he never pressed her on the Israel thing. But somebody should have just asked her straight out, so if you became president, would you fund Israel at the tune, like it is right now, of 10.5 million a day? And nobody asked it. So that sort of tells me that that he wanted her to keep coming back. He was very friendly with her, and that's a mistake when you get friendly with politicians, because they're politicians, they're not our friends.
Yeah.
And that's a big mistake. And so he was very friendly with her, and he may have even been a little bit in love with her. Who knows? I mean, so yeah, that I wasn't happy with that. But then I think he's learned his lesson, and I don't know if he's going to be ever taken in by another politician again, because Tulsi Gabbard kind of dropped him like a hot potato when he wasn't convenient and wasn't beneficial for her campaign. And and then she does transphobic stuff, and she's been nowhere on the Medicare for All just lately, and then but she then occasionally will pipe up about the low stimulus money and all of that. But she's leaving soon anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But I'll be interested to see what happens to her when she leaves. I wonder if she's going to get a gig on some podcast, and start making loads of money, like Bad
On
Faith.
Fox
Or
News.
she already has some sort of podcast, but I don't know. It didn't seem to take off. But yeah, or a talking head on Fox News, or a talking head on somewhere else. I don't know. But it'd be interesting to see what happens. But I mean, yeah, the transphobic thing that she introduced a bill. This is like right at the end of her time. She
when everybody's
introduces.
trying to deal with
Yeah.
the Medicare for all thing,
Yeah, and
and
they're trying to
know,
get stimulus stuff. Here she is focusing her attentions
decides
on
to go
something.
for transphobia.
Yeah,
Yay!
what a ridiculous thing to be focusing on as something that you think is important right at the end of your time as whatever. So
Yeah.
anyway, I hope nobody's a Tulsi Gabbard fan, because if you
We
want to
hope
hear a really good critique of Tulsi Gabbard, if you go to Eyes Left podcast, and they did one really early in the piece of her, which I think I could say a lot more about her, but I won't bother. She's going to be gone soon anyway. So, hang
Well,
on a sec. I'll
her
see.
father was very into the homophobic kind of
Yeah,
movement,
it's true.
and she was into it when she was with him.
Yeah. And they kind of forget. Oh, here it is here. I think this is very interesting, and there are other people that are Tulsi Gabbard fans who she can do no wrong, and I think, where is this celebrity, this politician celebrity stuff coming from? That people treat these people like they're celebrities rather than public servants. It seems to be almost uniquely American in a way,
Yeah.
because we don't particularly do that here, do we, Dee Dee? And I don't see it particularly in the UK either. Maybe a bit in Canada. But anyway, this is a really good thing about Tulsi Gabbard, which was by Eyes Left podcast, which is by one of the co-hosts. I'm sorry, one of the, like Mike Preisner from the Empire Files. He does this. They're two veterans. One is an Iraq veteran, and the other one's an Afghanistan veteran. And they haven't done a whole lot in recent times, because Spencer Rapone, who's the co-host of Eyes Left podcast, I think is studying a lot, which is a shame, because it would have been great to have had more content. But anyway, that's very interesting.
Yeah, as Robin says, strange bill Tulsi pursued his last act of Congress. It certainly is. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
really. I mean,
Right.
honestly and truly, can't they come up with something better than that? Can't she come up with something better than that?
Like, why would you do transphobia as your...
Yes, really. I mean, of all the things, particularly when everybody's on the verge of eviction because of because that duopoly won't give people what they need. Anyway, so
Yeah,
it's
just disgusting.
so Jimmy Dore gets a little bit carried away when it comes to he at one point I had to stop listening to him, because he was absolutely raging at people down the microphone, like almost uncontrollably. And I totally get, and I'm totally fine with kind of righteous anger and stuff and people getting annoyed. But like, it seemed like he was kind of at some point just completely losing control of his anger. And I think he actually recognized that. He sort of said something to the effect of that he was trying not to do that, which is really good. But I get too why he doesn't, why, he's so angry at people like, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, because like, I think she's going to be like another Bernie Sanders and lead people up the garden path and be the bait that the Democratic Party uses to get people to come in and thinking that it's some sort of a party of diversity and party of, like progressives, like it's a progressive party. And then she sort of starts making all these excuses about why she won't do that Jimmy Dore suggestion, and she starts off with something that happens to be a lie, and then that doesn't work, and then she finds another excuse and that doesn't work, and then there's another and another and another and another, and it just kind of, and you just think, oh, come on now, you can do all those David Sirota suggestions, and you can do this one. But she doesn't want to challenge Pelosi because Mama Bear is going to help her at some point. And also it might ruin her presidential run if she does it in 2024 or 2028 or whatever. And I've sort of speculated that David Sirota might want to be her campaign manager for a presidential run, and so and he's been kind of running interference for her, so he doesn't want her to be not voting for Pelosi and threatening not to vote for Pelosi because he thinks that they're going to sabotage her presidential run if she does something like that. So I sort of feel like there's a career goal here, and that is why they don't want to do that, and possibly all of them don't want to go that way because they know that the Democratic Party and the corporate Democrats can really mess things up for them career-wise. Don't you reckon, Didi?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and they can. They
well,
have ways
yes,
and
they
means.
basically take you out of the Democrat
Yeah.
thing, and then
If you
you're
don't play
running
ball
against
with
a
them.
Democrat. And
Yeah, you have to be a soft imperialist to be able to get away with being in that party, and you have to play ball with them and not,
Yeah.
you know. So I don't see any of them will. I think they'll all end up voting for Pelosi.
Yes,
And-
I think Greg was saying as lethal as the proper establishment is, how can a guy yelling at a webcam ever come close? Well, he can't. I mean, except if there's he is able to generate a popular movement. A popular movement might. Because
What's
I
that,
think
Didi? What are we talking about?
this is about OAC.
Oh yeah, but who are you talking to? Like, whose response are you talking to?
Greg says, as lethal as the proper establishment is, how can a guy yelling at a webcam even come close?
Oh
That's
yes,
about policies,
yes,
not
exactly.
personalities.
Yes.
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, I think that's one of the things Jimmy Dore was doing.
Yeah.
Saying. And other people, I think Jordan on Status Quo said, whether even if you hate Jimmy
Yes.
Dore,
It doesn't
the
matter.
idea, the policy
Yeah.
is what it is.
Yes.
Like it's worthwhile supporting this because the idea is the right one.
Yes.
And
yeah.
and it's true. Jimmy Dore can't bully anybody,
No.
but
Well,
if he can
he
generate
can
a public
because he's
movement,
got some power now with the amount of people on his
that's
side.
what I say. If he can
Yeah.
generate a public movement,
Yeah.
the people
Yes.
can put
Yes.
pressure.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's what has to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, like the whole thing for gay marriage or for civil rights or
Yeah.
anything like that has been popular action
Yeah. Yeah. It
carried
shouldn't.
on
Yeah.
until finally, basically politicians give in.
They haven't. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's it shouldn't be if they're making it about Jimmy Dore, then that's disingenuous and there's something wrong with that.
Well, that's them trying to
Yeah.
distract from
Yes.
the issue.
Oh, somebody wrote something really interesting today. It was a quote. It was a
Yeah.
quote that I think is actually this sort of describes what David Sirota was doing about this force the vote thing. Where is it? I'll just.
Jared was saying thank you, and you can bully anyone, but he doesn't just bully politicians. But I have no more argument. I'm for force the vote.
Yeah, I mean, in the
Um,
end, in this regard, it doesn't really matter if you like Jimmy Dore or you don't. I'm talking generally
I
now
think
about
when
people.
it's a popular movement that is having
Yeah.
the impact,
Yes.
it's not called bullying. But I think
Yeah.
Abby Martin did a really interesting thing a couple of years ago about, I think it was called weaponizing transparency or something like that,
Uh-huh.
about the lobbyists and how making committees, what's going on in committees, transparent
Mm.
has allowed the lobbyists to see how people vote in committee and put pressure on them. And lobbyists do bully people.
Yeah.
Lobbyists can, and it's not just on an issue.
Yeah.
It's not just not funding them.
Yeah.
She was talking about the NRA. When people come out for gun regulation, the NRA doesn't target them on guns. They look for anything else and target them on those things,
Yeah.
so that they can get them out of politics.
Right.
They will do major, like corruption or sexual infidelity or anything like that, and they will, if they're basically blackmailing people.
Yeah.
There's always that threat from the NRA
Yeah.
that they will go for you deviously,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
public and use their clout to do like newspaper reports and
Yeah.
radio things and TV things
Yeah.
and make your name mud.
Yeah.
And that's bullying
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Bernie Sanders would probably.
Greg says if we don't push our representatives, they won't want to know which way to go.
Exactly.
Absolutely. They're not going to do anything
Exactly.
for people without popular pressure. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the reason Bernie Sanders, I think, from what I recall, maintained his seat in Vermont all those years is because he, as Chris Hedges said, did a Faustian deal with the Democratic Party. If he wasn't really kind of playing ball with the Democratic Party and all of that and doing what they say in the end and all of that, well, they'd just find a way of primarying him or something and getting rid of him, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They'd find a way of getting rid of him. But he's
Yeah.
sort of done this deal with them in a way, and then he just kind of bows down to them at the end and does whatever they want. He never ever he's abandoned people abandoned the group twice. He abandoned the revolution, the so-called revolution, twice now, and I will be absolutely astonished if he runs again in 2024. I know he'd be like 80 years old, and people then do the same thing. I will feel like it's Groundhog Day if they all they all start gathering around Bernie Sanders again in 2024.
God,
I'll
that
think,
would
oh
be
my
so
God,
disgusting.
give me a little gun.
Yeah. Yeah. Really.
You know, just awful. Anyway, the reason I posted that quote, which is by Thomas Carlyle. If you do not wish to wish a man to do a thing, you had better get him to talk about it, for the more men talk, the more likely they are to do nothing else. And this one of the people who was commenting on one of the Medicare for All Force the Vote videos that I've done 4 of them. He said that he feels like David Sirota is doing exactly what that Thomas Carlyle thing is doing, trying to get people to talk and talk and talk and talk, and also putting doubt into it, and then taking a bet both ways and saying, yeah, it's fine, and then spending the rest of the time dumping on it. All that kind of stuff. I feel like there's some bad faith stuff going on there. I feel like he's really trying to protect AOC, and and he's probably going to be her campaign manager in 2024 or something, and he doesn't want anybody interfering, or anybody in the Democratic Party, because Pelosi tends to sabotage people, and he doesn't want any of that happening with his with her run. So that's why I'm speculating there. I don't know, but I just feel like that's what's going on there. And I think she will definitely vote for Pelosi, and then she'll say, but I told you why I wasn't going to do that Jimmy Dore plan, because yada yada yada, and she's got this kind of plausible deniability sort of thing of why she's doing it. What do you think, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll have, but what about Sirota and all his 5 points, and and sort of going on about all the other things that she's as the
complicates
users.
everything and makes it, like what people need is something simple.
Yeah, that's right. But she's going to use all those excuses as to why she didn't not vote for her, sort of thing. Is why she, you know what I mean? Why she voted for her.
Yeah.
I think she's got a taste of power now, and she likes it, and she's going to kind of do the typical, politician stuff. So anyway, let's see. Let's see, as lethal as Greg said, as lethal as the proper establishment is, how can a guy yelling at a webcam come close? I promote policies, not personalities. It's a minefield. Yeah. We've already read that one. I'm surprised more people didn't push back at Jimmy Dore when he was doing the Tulsi Gabbard promotion, and wasn't asking her about Israel. I was sort of like, I don't know, maybe he's just got too many people on the channel that are in the live streams. I mean, the live streams go so fast, it's really hard to even read what they're saying. And then Robin said, yeah, even Obama openly said, if it comes down to it, I'll step in regards to Bernie getting the nomination. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're just disgustingly corrupt.
Yeah.
In that party.
They absolutely weren't going to let him. And I think he knew that. I think he knew that.
Oh,
right
sure,
from the beginning.
sure. Yeah.
And I think OAC will know that.
But why people will fall for it again? Like, this is the thing.
Yeah.
It's like they're gonna do it again.
Young
like
people.
Young people. Yeah, he'll get all the young ones, and they
and they're hoping to help you change.
Yeah, I mean, look at Obama. He got all those young people in, and they're all enthusiastic, and they're all volunteering to work for him. And then the minute he got elected, he just dumped his whole email thing. He wasn't. He said he was going to keep in touch with people, and he just dumped the whole thing and left everybody, or left all those people disillusioned.
Yeah.
And then he had the chance to bring in Medicare for all, and he didn't. And he was funded by the health insurance industry, and he basically disallowed single payer representatives to come into meetings. I mean, he was. Yeah, anyway, the Black Agenda Report had his number a long time ago. They had his number years before he, was running for president. They knew he was going to be a big problem. But sadly, I mean, I was totally, I didn't know anything then. Being from Australia and knowing nothing about US politics. It was only when I came across Breaking the Set that I started, Abby Martin's Breaking the Set on Russian TV, that I started realizing, that they're just really kind of one big party. And sometimes doing good cop, bad cop, but basically they're all working together. I mean, you see those photos of Nancy Pelosi giving little elbow hits with Mitch McConnell, and they're as thick as thieves, these people, aren't they, Didi?
Yeah.
There was one where Kamala Harris was on the floor, and there's a video of her, and who was walking by her? Oh yeah, Lindsey Graham, who's like totally unhinged, and Lindsey Graham is walking by Kamala Harris. This is not that long ago, like about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, and they both gave one another a fist bump as they're walking, as he's walking past her.
Yeah, yeah.
A fist bump.
We're buddies.
Lindsey Graham and Kamala Harris. This is after the election. So this is it's just a complete illusion that these people are opposed to one another, or, they're all just screwing the public, and pretending to complain about each other, but they're all consolidating their power. Each one is taking its turn, and the Democrats do more awful things in some ways than the GOP when they get into power.
Yeah.
Don't they, Didi?
Yeah.
So, and Jera said, Greg, it's you who won't accept my support because you can't support honest criticism. Let's keep it. Let's let's not get into fights in the live stream. So everyone has to agree with you. Oh no. Okay, all right. Anyway, so let's try and just keep calm and not have too much of a headbutting and stuff.
We're all pretty much on the same.
Yeah. Let's see. Call me. Oh, I have the right to. Okay. Anyway. So anyhow, the whole.
There can be differences of opinion.
Yeah, the whole electoral. What's that? Yeah,
We're allowed to have differences of opinion.
sure. Anyhow, we're all yeah, I think
We need
with the Jimmy Dore
solidarity
thing,
more than anything else.
I think you know he's I really feel like his heart's in the right place. Like, I think people sometimes throw the baby out with the bathwater with Jimmy Dore, and kind of there was a while there I had a lot of trouble watching him because he was really getting kind of crazy with the raging at people when he was talking to them, talking to hosts of shows and stuff, and calling them names and things. I had a problem with that because I just sort of think that's not necessary to be, calling people like abusive names and stuff. And for a while there, I stopped watching him because I couldn't take it. It was just too much anger. It was sort of like it was becoming abusive. But then he recognized that he was doing that, and he started calming down and said, "Look, I'm trying to." He said, "Look, I'm being very patient. Erin Mate is saying something that I disagree with, and I'm not shouting at him." So he has some self awareness of that, and so like something I've learnt in life is I tend to kind of not write people off entirely because they've done something. Like, I could have written him off entirely with the whole Tulsi Gabbard pro-Israel thing, but he plays a really good part in talking about leftist issues, and I think his heart's in the right place. I don't, for example, I don't really agree with Yasha Levine and his assessment of Jimmy Dore, and I just sort of try and, like, it's a bit harsh, I think. So I try and kind of just sort of and I just sort of try and not write people off. That's what I do now. I mean,
Yeah.
it depends. Like, if it's somebody like, I've written Tulsi Gabbard off because I think there's a lot of problems I didn't talk about. But there are politicians I'm happy to write off, because if I see that they're playing, they're sort of being really disingenuous and stuff, and not doing things to the public, well, that's not okay. But there's so few leftists actually in this that are really trying, real leftist politics. It's kind of, you know what I mean, Dee?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, like, I didn't agree particularly with the Grey Zone's assessment of the Planet of the Humans with, like, Max wrote a very, very long article, Max Blumenthal, and I love Max Blumenthal, but I think he was not
wrong
quite
about that.
Yeah, not quite right on that at all. Not that I don't think Planet of the Humans by Michael Moore should have been censored at all. It should have been quite, it should have been absolutely allowed. Like, this whole censorship thing of the right and the left and everything, I think is really problematic. And it's really problematic when leftists kind of cheer on censorship of the right, and no matter how kind of unfortunate it is, because it also comes back, and it's used as a gateway to censoring the left. And so I was totally against the idea of the YouTube, all those like different people sort of cheering on the censorship of Planet of the Humans by Michael Moore. I thought that was really problematic, but there were actually some problematic. I haven't seen it myself, but Dee Dee has. Dee Dee says there's some problematic things in it.
Well, I think the criticism of the solar and wind is just wrong. It's inaccurate. Whether or not there are people who are in that industry trying to make profits out of it, who are trying to put pressure on them, well, that's a different issue. Whether people like Bill McKibben are corrupt, well, I'm not sure I don't know whether or not he's corrupt. I think he's got some wrong ideas.
Who's this? Sorry.
Bill McKibben.
Oh, Bill McKibben.
Bill
Yeah.
McFibben. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's, yeah, not somebody I would recommend anybody to. But the I think the point that they made about population was absolutely right. I think there's a lot of people who go, oh, Malthus, Malthusian, evil, we can, but I mean, the idea that there are limits to growth, that there are limits to how much we can extract from the planet and how much waste we can put in.
But Robert was saying, haha, Bill McFibben is an awesome nickname. Yeah.
What? Bill
Bill McFibben is an awesome nickname. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's it's not good.
Yeah.
Bill McKibben. We have a particular problem with how he ignores veganism, even though, I mean, you probably, if you've watched any of my vegan videos, and the most recent, largest study to date, Dr. Paul from the UK, and is it Dr. Paul? Yes. 119 countries, 40,000 farms, from farm to fork, 90% of all we eat, and the result, the conclusion of that largest study to date was that a plant-based diet, a diet free of eggs, dairy, meat, fish, etc., is the single most important thing one can do to address not only the climate crisis, eutrophication, acidification of the oceans, and land shortages, water shortages. It's a massive thing. It's more important than not flying in planes and not driving cars and all of that. It's
I have cats pushing me.
Dee Dee has cats pushing.
Hang on, I'm going to go feed this.
Our little guys are so clever. They just kind of like basically behave as if they're transparent cats and stand in front of a monitor like as if they're transparent. Anyway, so and one of them kind of just keeps pushing Dee Dee's hand off the mouse.
It's not the transparent cat thing. It's the coming in and sitting on the mouse or the keyboard and pushing your hand off the mouse and nipping you.
Oh yeah,
and get to the underneath them.
It's really funny.
It's really funny.
Yeah,
they're very, very pushy.
Yeah. Anyway, so anyhow, yeah, the planet of the humans had a few problems.
Yeah.
I think, according to Dee Dee, and Dee Dee's done a lot of environmental stuff, haven't you, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Just say what you've done, what you've kind of done, so that people don't think you're talking out of your behind.
Yeah, I mean, what I've worked on is
bring your microphone up a bit, Dee Dee. No, your microphone. Yeah.
Okay. Basically, I did a lot of synecology. I worked with the Institute for Science and Technology Policy and was doing lectures and stuff at university, and was also working with the IUCN on the Caring for the World document and the strategy committee for that. That's the report that came out from this kind of World Conservation Strategy Mark II that said that fundamentally any amount of World Heritage areas or National Heritage areas and so on wasn't going to be enough. We really needed to change the way society was.
What's that say?
Substantially. We needed to change substantially the basis of human society. For a lot more equality and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It just basically said we can't go on like this.
No.
With this inequality, and capitalism isn't going to work. And
you can't even mention. I mean, you can't even mention sort of the overpopulation thing without people exploding and calling one a racist. Like putting aside any race. Of course, the West uses more resources and creates more pollution. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we're actually responsible for way more sort of this situation than the rest of the planet.
Yeah.
But just putting it in terms of speciesism, if just putting away all the different races and stuff like that, we're all human beings, and if we keep populating the planet, we keep driving non-human animals to these little pockets of pretend rainforest and all this kind of stuff, where little islands of, and we're driving these animals to extinction, and we're also
Basically, we looked
taking
at
over their
something like
habitats.
the big reserves and stuff in Zimbabwe and that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
and how initially kind of they were okay, except and there were big buffer areas of forest around that, but those buffer areas disappeared. People started impinging on it, basically, like what we're doing to the planet is on such a scale,
Yeah.
that we are changing geological forces and atmospheric forces and that kind of thing. We're changing the climate.
Yeah.
We're creating feedback loops that are going to destroy us.
Yeah.
And they will be out of control. I mean, I personally think they're already out of control. But that's me being very pessimistic. And
Well, it's not
I suppose
pessimistic.
I think it's just realistic. Actually,
realistic. Yeah. But like the thing about, for example, in the Amazon rainforest, in the last 12 months, there's been 7.2 million acres of Amazon rainforest have been cleared for mostly animal agriculture and soy to feed animals in animal agriculture around the world. So that works out to be 5.2 acres every minute. That's 5.2 acres every minute of Amazon rainforest are being cleared, mostly for animal agriculture and for soy to feed animals in feedlots, which means that because we're driving demand for animal products, we're actually destroying the lungs of the planet. And so Bill McKibben, instead, he doesn't mention that. Bill McKibben from 350.org, and I mean, at least one can say, well, Greta Thunberg is a vegan, and she's kind of trying to walk the walk. She's not kind of going around saying we need to end fossil fuels, but just keep on eating animal products.
Bad rap from a lot of people.
Yeah, and she gets a bad rap
because she's become well known.
Yeah,
but she's only become well known because she's doing stuff.
I mean, there's a lot of people think she's sort of some toxic mastermind who's a 16, well now she's 17-year-old sort of mastermind that's trying to basically, I don't know,
introduce the new world order,
something like that. Anyway, it all gets kind of nuts. And as long, I don't know, I haven't been following her for a while, but if she starts kind of going off her message, then you would start to wonder whether she's being co-opted. Now, I don't know what she's been saying for the last, probably 7 months or so. But anyway, it just kind of, I don't know, there's just so much disinformation and misinformation and propaganda and smearing and stuff like that. And I hope, I'm sorry I brought up the thing about, or somebody brought up Jimmy Dore, or did I bring him up? Anyway, I'm sorry that caused a fight between two people. I'd really hope people can kind of, it'd be sad if we're having fights about something and blocking, because it's kind of a bit sad. But I understand that if people want to do that too, if it's kind of disturbing, that's fine too. But anyway, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry if I brought that up. I don't want people to kind of get upset with each other and end up having bad times. So let's see, what else have we got going here? Let's see, amazing how. So Robin said, I could see that up here in Canada. It has also been many years of trash candidates on the national ballot. We had a great guy, Jack Layton, and he sadly died. No one good really since. Oh, it was Jack Layton was Jack Layton young, or was he an older person?
Was he a boomer?
Yeah. Oh yes, I see what you mean. Yeah. Greg said I compared the matter with the Ellsberg video. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so I won't talk. I won't mention Jimmy Dore for a while. But anyway, so let's see. So anyway, the Robin said he was 61 when he died. Oh, that's too bad. Jack Layton. I should look him up. Oh no, we're getting phone calls. We never get this many phone calls. Would you like to? Would you mind answering that, Didi?
Yeah.
Mr. Layton. Oh, well, that's too bad. I wonder what happened to him. Mr. Layton, Canadian. Jack Layton was a Canadian. Hold on a sec. Politician and leader of the official opposition. This is Wikipedia. I normally don't read Wikipedia, but he was a leader of the New York Democratic Party from 2003 to 2011, and previously sat on Toronto City Council, occasionally holding the title of acting mayor or deputy mayor of Toronto. During his tenure as city councillor, he was a member of parliament until his death. Oh, that's too bad. He was the son of a progressive conservative. Oh, that's too bad. What? Oh, he died of cancer, I see. Oh, okay. Shortly before he died. Oh, well, anyway, that's too bad. It's really sad when you get some excellent, if they seem like they're a good politician, and that's what happens. Yeah. So, I don't really know anything much about Canadian politics. I was just wondering how Trudeau, how he's going. Like, there was some corruption charges against him, but you just don't hear about it. It's sort of like, I don't know, the corporate media just tend to kind of, if somebody's playing ball with imperialism and all of that, they tend to not focus on them if they've got any corruption things going. So, have you heard anything about Justin Trudeau and those corruption charges?
No.
Oh, okay, yeah. Robbo said Progressive Conservative is just our Conservative Party. And then Kim said, no one knows much about Canadian politics, Trish, don't worry. Oh, is that because the mainstream media is really sad there? Like, the corporate media, they don't... I mean, is there any independent media there that do critiques of them? I love Canada. I sort of...
Yeah.
I went to Vancouver, and that was lovely. It was a long time ago, like 20 years ago. It's a lovely place. God, it's so beautiful. I don't know what it's like now, but like, it's amazing how quickly places change in such a short period of time. But Vancouver and Victoria Island. I went to Victoria Island. And yeah. It just gets eclipsed. Oh, yeah, I bet it just gets eclipsed by the US, Robin. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I bet you hardly anybody knows much about Australian politics. I don't even know much about Australian politics because we don't really have any independent media that does anything really Didi about Australian politics. And it's also we just follow along with the US, and I sort of feel like the US is creating so much destruction now. It has, in the world, that, like, that's why I focus on it.
The empire is sort of...
Yeah, the empire.
important to follow.
And we always just trot along behind empire, and without question. I mean, there is no discussion, is there, Dee Dee? No discussion of any of the wars that we're participating in. You don't even get a discussion outside of those that Afghanistan files war crimes.
Yeah.
War is a crime, but that sort of you don't get any discussion about why we're there. I haven't seen any yet. Maybe I've missed it, but why we're there? Like, what on earth are we doing there? What were we doing there in the first place? But what are we doing there? 19 years later, there's nothing. It's like it's just totally taken for granted that we're wherever the US wants us to be, and for how long. Like, they're basically dictating our foreign policy for us, aren't they, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
We just do whatever they want us to. We're vilifying China now. We're doing war games with the US, which is probably related to China.
And China's retaliating, and we're going, how come?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
why are you
having
being
a laugh
mean to us?
Yes, we're having a laugh
right.
at that the other day. People saying, I don't understand why China is putting heavy
blocking our
tariffs.
import.
Yeah, blocking and putting heavy tariffs on our wine, and I don't understand. And I mean, here we are just constantly bashing them and war and rattling sabers and stuff.
disgusting.
It's just ridiculous. Greg, are you still there? I hope he hasn't gone. Anyway, so Jero says Christo Avials does some Canadian politics. I have a friend in Australia, but I don't know a thing about the politics. Well, that's you and me both, Jera. And let's see. And Robin says, hey Trish, do you watch the YouTube channel, The Juice Media? Yeah, I watch them, yep. They are great Australian YouTube independent channel. Back in 2014, I was first introduced to Abby Martin when she appeared on there. Oh, okay. I didn't even know they were on there then. That's amazing. I mean, I didn't know that they had been in existence that long. I was a little concerned that they seemed to be interviewing blue tick people like Naomi Klein and also like Malcolm Turnbull. I didn't watch that Malcolm Turnbull interview. Did you watch that? That's
No.
that I'm talking about. I was just wondering if anybody watched that, because I wasn't sure the benefits of interviewing Malcolm Turnbull when the Liberal Party was all kind of daggers at him now, and I'm just not sure what what the value was in that. But anyway, I haven't watched it, so I don't know. Maybe he got a new angle on it. Yeah, I didn't see that either, Robin, and I was just wondering why you would interview him, because, like, I don't know, at that level, you've got to kind of expect that there's going to be lies and because the Liberal Party now hates him, so he's, he would be saying stuff about them, I don't know. What do you think, Dee Dee?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Anyway, and Greg says, don't ever think that US citizens are not heavily burdened by the behavior of our government. Yes, I would never think aren't US citizens that. I do worry that there's not enough pushback against imperialism. Like for example, there's a page on YouTube. Sorry, there's a page on Facebook, which is a progressive page, and it has a lot of people on it. And they rarely seem to pay any attention to imperialism. And I just can't see how you can be progressive and not and that not be as an important issue as all this other stuff. Like, because what the US is doing overseas comes back home anyway. So it should be, just even in a selfish way, should be in the interests of any citizen, just in selfish terms,
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it all comes back. I mean, look at how they're behaving towards their own citizens now. It's just almost like what they're doing to Palestinians. It's getting that way.
Yeah.
It's going in that direction.
Yeah.
But anyway, so and Greg says, how could anything else be more important than the relentless violence USA perpetrates? Yep. Let's see. Yeah, Robin, Malcolm Turnbull, and for anybody that doesn't know, Malcolm Turnbull is an ex. He's a former prime minister, the Liberal Party, the very kind of right-wing party we have here. Sort of threw him. Basically, did they get rid of him? They had a Liberal. Didn't they have a spill, Didi?
What?
Didn't they have a spill, a spill, and they got rid of Malcolm Turnbull?
Yeah.
Yeah, they it was like in the middle of his term, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was in the middle of his term.
Yeah, that's right.
They decided to get rid of him.
And who did? And then they put in Scott Morrison.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then and oddly enough, and really, like Didi and I were absolutely mortified. Then he got re-elected.
I mean, they actually had a spill against Turnbull earlier, and they put in Abbott.
Right.
And then later on, they had Turnbull come in. And then I think after an election, that was after Rudd got elected.
Right, yeah.
And then they had a spill where they got rid of
Abbott?
Turnbull again and put in
yeah.
shithead.
Yeah. Anyway, we were absolutely... You should have seen us on the night of the election here, the Australian election. Oh my God! Like all the polls, and I'm never going to believe polls again, but all the polls were saying that the Labor Party, and we're not Labor Party supporters, by the way, but I mean, unfortunately, those
the
two
Labor
major
Party isn't about Labor anymore.
No,
really,
it's not.
Although it's still connected to the unions.
They're a neoliberal party, basically, that's moving further and further to. From the centre to the right, really. They've gone to the centre and now they're moving to the right in some ways.
Yeah.
So anyway, the polls were saying the Labor Party was going to win, and Scott Morrison won, and we were like mortified. Hey, Didi, because I think he's a rapture believer, isn't he? He believes in the rapture.
Yeah, he's an evangelical
Oh my
Christian.
God! You know, like
this rapture
is. I mean, it's scary when you
that.
get people believing in the rapture, and they go to these kind of evangelical Hillsong things where Hillsong is incredibly wealthy evangelical organization, and you know, and I'm sure they're rubbing palm. You know, there's exchanges of money there. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Scott Morrison wouldn't even think about going to those church gatherings if it wasn't for the fact that they're incredibly wealthy.
Yeah.
See, this is how the rots really sets in. This is what's happened in the U.S. And we're kind of going in that direction. And at some point, if we keep going in that direction, we're going to end up with the absolute shit show that's the US has got.
Yeah.
And I sort of see it as we're probably a sixth of the way there, wouldn't you say, Didi? We're sort of on the way there. And but we were mortified when we saw him get in. We thought, oh my God, who is voting for this guy?
Well, we were really happy it wasn't Dutton, who's just an absolute fascist.
Yeah, he's a fascist, yeah.
He's a head kicker fascist. Ex-Queensland policeman.
Yeah, Richard Medhurst is very anti-imperialist, yeah. Yeah. Abbott was really awful. And I don't know, Tony Abbott, he was a prime minister for how long? Was it a whole term or a half a term for Tony Abbott?
Oh, I think he was in it for a whole term at one point.
Yeah, and he's
maybe more.
He's terrible. Like, I mean, he's misogynist, he's homophobic, he's transphobic. What else is he, Didi?
Homophobic, horrible.
Just awful.
He's an absolute into the austerity for fun.
Yeah, totally into austerity. And yeah, we've had some absolutely awful prime ministers. I mean, not that the others were particularly good, except for Gough Whitlam, and the CIA helped get rid of Gough Whitlam and admitted it. But Gough Whitlam, was ousted in 1975, and the CIA admitted that they helped do that, and that's because he was a democratic socialist prime minister who wasn't really into the U.S. imperialism, and he was for indigenous rights. He wanted to use resources for the country, all the usual things that will invite U.S. imperialism to come and destroy. Like they cannot stand anything where the government wants to use the resources for the people, or that they aren't going to play along with U.S. imperialism. Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
Any of that stuff there, it's like a red, it's like you've got a target on you. And ever since then, it's been a neoliberal mess.
Anybody who wants to keep their resources for the good of their own people.
Yes. Yes, they absolutely have. Their brain explodes when they hear any country wanting to do that. I mean, that's what Bolivia wants to do. That's what Venezuela wants to do, use their resources for the country. Well, that's unacceptable. So anyway. Yes. Tony Abbott, his main refrain during his time as prior to his election, all he could say was "stop the boats," which really was this racist mantra.
Anti-migrant racism.
Yeah. And this is the sad thing. Like, Australia has its problems and everything, but one thing that we were pretty good with, really bad with Indigenous issues and stuff, but we were actually not too bad with multiculturalism. Hey, Didi.
Yeah,
Didi, a couple of decades ago, but 3 decades ago, Australia was quite good with multiculturalism, sort of accepting and not. But now we're absolutely, it's just appalling, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just appalling. The detention camps and people harming themselves in these indefinite detention. It's like Australia has its own Guantanamo
Bay.
Bay.
He was the one who, people can't become citizens and stuff unless they have Australian values.
Oh yeah, what the hell does that mean?
Totally ridiculous, because the major Australian value was kind of fairness.
Yes. And what the hell does that mean? Australian values. I mean,
it's kind of
Jesus
like
Christ.
America.
Yes. Yes,
and
when
then
people...
who was that idiot who said that they want to do a Pledge of Allegiance here?
Oh, yes, who was that? Hang on. I'll think of it in a second, because it wasn't a Labour Party person, was it?
I think it might have been.
Yes, and I was thinking, oh my God, and it was just around Invasion Day that they said that too. Hold on, let me see. I'll put in I'll search and see if I can find I think it may be difficult to find an international trauma. Oh yeah, Greg was saying, I think it may be difficult to find an international trauma that the CIA is not involved is not involved. Yeah, exactly. Let me see if I can find this Pledge of Allegiance. I thought, you've got to be kidding me. And that is a real red flag to me. Tanya Plibersek, that's it. Tanya Plibersek, who's actually the deputy prime minister, deputy opposition leader.
She's the Labour
called
Party.
for
She's
that.
Supposed to be a progressive member of the Labour Party, kind of on the left of the Labour Party, New South Wales left.
Yeah, I think that was her.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, because I remember thinking, oh my God, I think it was her. Hang on, let me see.
That was like, that's so bad.
Oh, so bad. Let me see. Yes, Labour frontbencher and former deputy leader Tanya Plibersek believes Australian school children should pledge allegiance to the country. I mean, that is, she's saying and doing all the right things, isn't she? I can see that she actually might be Prime Minister one day, because that's the sort of talk that the US likes to hear. You know what I mean? When you
Yeah.
eventually end up with non-thinkers
Yeah.
in a country that where you and when people start to adore the like flag adoration in Australia is not something you get really. You don't have people putting up Australian flags in their front yard
Yeah.
and have 20 million Australian flags behind any politician that's
Thank
speaking
God.
and all that kind of stuff. Thank goodness, yeah. But I mean, when you start getting into this Pledge of Allegiance type stuff, then you start getting into all the nationalist thing, and then we'll start to have all the signifiers, that the U.S. has with the flags everywhere, and then people start to get this bizarre, almost religious fervor about a flag. I mean, in the U.S., the flag is almost like some holy sort of a representation, isn't it? It's almost like some sort of holy relic.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, it's
almost
weird.
like a crucifix, This
Well,
sort of
and it's like
fetishization.
the Americans do that whole thing of, I pledge allegiance to the flag, not to the fucking country,
No.
but to the flag.
Yeah, but
It's like,
well, yeah, and really what that means is that American exceptionalism. I pledge allegiance to American exceptionalism, and that we're the greatest country in the world. And who was it that was still talking? Somebody recently was sort of they were sort of saying, I can't remember. There was somebody going on about how we need to. Oh, was it Biden or some? I don't know. Was it Biden or somebody else was going? Yes, we. No, it was someone else that I was thinking. What are you saying? The U.S. needs to get back to leading the world and being the.
yeah.
And all this kind of
Oh,
rubbish.
it was about the Asian trade deal. He said, oh, well, the U.S. should be involved because it needs to set, the rules for everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
How dare they have, something where they're trying to do trade deals for themselves,
Yeah. Yeah.
like, and regulate their own trade,
Yeah. Yeah.
to benefit themselves.
Yeah, but there
How
was someone
dare
else though, Dee Dee, who was starting to. It wasn't Biden, because you kind of expect that from him, but it was someone else.
It was Biden who said that.
No, it was Biden who said that, but there was someone else who started going off on this little that you would think, oh no, look, what are they saying? Was starting to go on about how wonderful the U.S. is and how it needs to get back to leading the world and stuff. But it wasn't Biden, it was someone else, and I was thinking, oh my God, what are they saying?
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't remember who that was. Yeah, Greg is saying American exceptionalism presents as a mental disease. And Robin says Robin said, Australian values, American values, all that jingo, just a blanket term they use to say, quote, this is not us, end quote, this is not who we are, end quote. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if Murdoch Media wrote that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Look. Jesus. I've got cats in my face again.
Little cats, being invisible cats in front of Dee Dee's monitor. Transparent, I should say. Transparent cats. Let's see. Robin, I wonder if someone has written a thesis about American exceptionalism. I don't know, Robin, but probably. But I was wondering if you checked out Danny Hayfong's book, American Exceptionalism, American Innocence. I haven't read all of it yet, but I think it'll be really good. I've read some of it. Let's see. Oh, okay. So Greg was saying, Jera, Greg was saying, are you seeing my comments? I don't see any from you and would like to resolve any misunderstanding. Yeah, that'd be good. It'd be nice if we could just kind of, let's not let a discussion about Jimmy Dore turn us away from one another. Let's. It'd be nice if we could just kind of, sort of. I understand it though if people, want to not see people if they're feeling a bit upset. But maybe after this live stream, maybe if anybody's blocked anybody, if they might consider unblocking for the next one, and we'll just, because it's nice. I really like everybody being here, and it's really nice. I hope I'm not just prattling on too much. I don't. I'm just kind of talking off the top of my head and stuff, and whatever opinions I have, I mean, they're just my opinions. It doesn't mean anything is set in stone or anything like that. They're just opinions. Oh, Dee Dee's gone. Where did you... Oh, I see. Actually, it's 7 o'clock here, and it's really lovely. I'm looking through the door, and I can see the river and the valley. And I wish I could show you a photo of it because it's so beautiful. Oh, okay. So Jera said, Greg. Jera said, I don't know, Greg. I have not blocked him. Please tell him. Okay, so...
We're so lucky to
okay,
be
so I don't know what's happened. Sometimes there's weird stuff happens in... like I've said, there's somebody I've seen there's somebody I know that comes into the chat and I can't see their comments, and
Actually,
I have to
a friend.
I have to log.
Actually,
a friend,
I
a
mean,
friend of mine, and I have to log in. Yes,
he sometimes comes
yeah,
here.
I have to log in under another name to see their comments, and I haven't got them blocked or anything like that.
No, both he and Trish and I have gone through to look to see if there's any.
Can I have some of that, Dee Dee, please? Is that some? Yeah, could I? What is that? Oh, I see. Oh, yes, I'll have some of that. Yeah, that'd be all right. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So Greg, I don't think Jera is saying I have not blocked you. So I don't know. So and I haven't blocked anybody. So. Anyway, you never know. Anyhow, so let me know if you're still having those problems next time and stuff. So let me see. So Robin said, did you get that message, Greg? So anyway, so let's see. Yeah, people, Robin said, yes, people always talk about any left progress as slippery slope, in quotes, but never address it when right-wing sliding into slippery territory happens. Yeah. And Kim said, I just checked and you were right. Jack Layton passed from prostate cancer, not testicular. Oh, okay. So Greg said, midnight here. Thank you for not blocking me, Jera. I tried to, quote, qualify, end quote, all my statements to avoid absolutes or accusations. Okay, so yeah, you probably do better than I do, Greg. Sometimes I get a bit carried away and sound like I'm so definite about something. I'm trying not to do that, but it doesn't work very well sometimes. Sometimes I'm sure of some things, and sometimes, because I don't know everything, and I don't know all the nuances of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff I don't know.
Are you sure you don't know everything?
Yeah, and I don't know. There's a lot. Like I said before, there's the stuff I don't know. I could fill the Titanic with, and stuff I do know is kind of small smatterings of this and that. So let's see. So Jera, Trish, I'm being honest. This happens all the time on YouTube. Oh, look, Jared, it's like I sort of feel like this sometimes, and this happens, I notice a lot on social media, because there's character limitations, and because there's no nuance, like we can't see one another's faces and body language, which is a lot of communication. there's a lot of misunderstandings
Can happen so
on
easily.
social media. It happens all the time, and like it used to happen. Like I stopped communicating on Facebook with people because like sometimes people sound like they're angry, like because people get into such clashes on Facebook. It's just awful, and excuse me. And there's a lot of trolling that goes on there too. And I find that because, like, and I found too that when I write emails to people, if you're not really careful in how you word things, people can just take some things the wrong way because there's
I
no
think people
body
are very
language
reactive
involved.
at the moment too.
That's right.
I
People are
mean,
very
I think-
reactive. And
I
I'm
don't
not
think
saying this
social
about
media has
Greg or
helped.
anything. I'm not saying this about your interaction with Greg or anything, or Greg's interaction with you. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, you know, it's like really difficult, like communication on social media without misunderstanding, and very difficult with emails too. People can get, you know, and I'm sort of really careful. Like I actually get Dee Dee to read my emails sometimes before I send them off because I'm with people that I'm not really. They may have some issue of something,
Yeah.
and I'm concerned, like
that they might
that they
there's
might.
anything there that might be misinterpreted.
Yeah, so I'll sort
or
of
they could be
ask Dee
taken
Dee, you know,
as-
could you read this and just tell me, have I
and I
said
say,
anything?
Yes, you've been incredibly bad, and you're gonna have to change this and this. And
Yeah, you know,
No, I
so
don't do
it's
that.
just very, very, yeah, because it's just so easy to particularly lately, it's very easy to upset people because there are so many people that are stressed out of their mind just about living, just being able to get by, and so it doesn't take much for people to get upset because people are stressed. A lot of people are stressed out of their mind, particularly in the United States.
yeah,
Because why wouldn't you be? If you're not, then you I don't
there's
know.
something wrong with you.
And at the
You're
very
not paying
least,
attention.
yeah, at the very least, though, even if one is in a comfortable position in the U.S., one should no. But listen,
Greg says, "Damn, you don't know everything. Why am I here?
yeah, yeah.
Why are any of
That'd
us
be
here?"
kind of crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I could just sit here and pontificate the whole day if I knew everything, couldn't I?
Yes, well,
and I
mean,
could get
wouldn't it be
gazillions.
amazing to be omniscient? You'd probably want to kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could just sit here and just talk nonstop and probably and probably only get like 20 subscribers. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, but so anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, anyhow, so that's my experience. I'm almost afraid sometimes to write comments, to things because people are really really stressed out, and also
Here's another
there's a lot of misunderstanding goes on. And the emojis don't quite cut it, really, do they, Dee Dee?
No. Emojis can cause more problems than this.
So anyway, I mean, like, yeah, this just sort of happens, the
Yes. I can
misunderstandings
sound
happen
like
all
a
the
great
time.
know-it-all, and I really hope I don't come across
You
that
don't
way because I
well, let me
certainly
say,
don't
Dee
know everything.
Dee Dee's not a know-it-all at all, No, she does know a lot, but she doesn't. She's very humble, usually. You are. Generally speaking, you are. I don't think a smarty pants about stuff,
I hope not.
No,
I
no.
really do. I don't like people who are smarty pants.
Hey?
I don't like people who be smarty pants. I'm not a fan.
So let's see. So Greg said, yes, like my quick quip is lost in the delay in reading and response. Chat is almost like learning a new language. Yeah, that's right. And it's funny on any of those live streams that are going at a gazillion miles an hour. Like it's almost like pointless saying anything because it goes by so quickly. You'll tag someone and by the time it hits the screen and then it's kind of up. Like it's a wonder anybody knows what anybody's saying. And then Kim says, I always feel like I sound aggressive no matter what what I say on social media. If I don't put, yes, exactly, if I don't put smiley emojis, but even then, smiling emojis can be interpreted as sarcastic. Yeah, like I tend to sort of do that too. I try and put, if I say something, I'll sometimes put a smiley emoji on it, or one of those laughy things, which sort of looks a little bit demented, but you know what I mean, to try and soften
Lighten it up.
Yeah, to soften what I'm saying,
Yeah.
because otherwise sometimes you can sound incredibly like there was a while there, Didi, where like Didi tends to be very straightforward when she writes emails, and
Yes.
and she was involved in she was writing legislation for something for Parliament last year, and she was writing to these different people about it, and I said, I said, I was sort of giving her suggestions on how to kind of soften up her language so that it didn't sound kind of severe, because Didi's not really into using little emojis and stuff. So hey Didi, so I
Yeah.
was sort of say, maybe if you just say it like that particular sentence, it softens it up and it doesn't sound like an accusation or something
Or
severe.
it doesn't sound like I'm stating immortal truth. Or,
yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, and so anyway, yeah, it's a bit like that.
But
anyway.
I have revealed truth. I know exactly the way the world should be organized. Why don't people pay more attention to me? They need to. I'll have to force them to.
Let me see. So just let me. So anyway, Jared, don't worry about that. And let's see. So yes. Oh, hang
Don't
on.
they realize I'm queen of the universe?
Let me see. And then Jera said, no, but YouTube doesn't work properly. I've been texting for 2 years, and many times I see people talking to people I don't know and have never seen. Does Greg have a last name? Because I can check. I don't know. Well, Greg, his username is DREGEYE.
Dragai.
Dragai. D for David, R for Robert, E for elephant, G for God, E for elephant, Y for yes, and E for elephant. And Robin was saying everyone is saying Greg.
Is it?
Oh, it's Dreg. No,
Dreg?
I thought that Greg actually called himself Greg. Told me his name was Greg. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, isn't it? Because I talked to him in the comment section, and he said that his name was Greg. So please correct me if I'm wrong. And let's see. I'm often overwhelmed by too many options, and that emoji button is off limits for me. The stream would be over by the time the stream would be over. The stream would be over by the time I sorted it out.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Robin said his handle is Dregaye or Dregaye.
No.
Yeah.
Dragai.
Or
I
her,
asked
I'm not
before.
sure. Either is okay, as my music name is Dregaye and my other name is Greg Applegate. That's the one. Okay then. So and then Robin said, yeah, I just didn't know his real name is Greg. I'm the one that's wrong. No worries. And so anyway, and by the way, if you check out Greg's channel, he does incredible guitar. Like he's got can do this amazing sort of improvisational guitar. It's really great. So check out some of his guitar things on there. So Didi's poured me a glass of wine. I haven't had wine for a while, have I, Didi?
Yes, and we haven't eaten anything. It should be fun. The conversation will improve no end.
Yeah. One day we were doing a live stream here, and we made the mistake of having a glass of wine without eating.
It wasn't a
Holy-
mistake. It was glorious.
It was crazy. It because it just hit me like a ton of bricks. And luckily we had about an hour
We rarely
before.
drink.
Yeah,
so
we rarely drink. And
we don't
before
have much resistance.
that's right. And before fortunately we did that like an hour and a half before we had the live stream and had told everybody what time it was on, because I suddenly got really plastered like quickly, and then it kind of it kind of wore off. It was hilarious actually. We were both laughing. It was just
We
it was
were.
kind of it was
fun.
it was hilarious anyway, because that
Oh,
would have been
God.
that would have been a bit of a disaster if we'd actually done a live stream like that. Anyway, so I like to have red wine sometimes. Sometimes it's fun. Like most of the time, I don't really not really that interested in drinking wine, and then
I like wine.
occasionally Dee likes wine, but we sort of probably have well, in the last week or so this is probably the most we've drunk in. Oh, we haven't been drinking a lot, but I mean, we
we've
drink
had
so
over
little.
the entire Christmas season, we've had one bottle of wine, this is the end of that
That's
bottle
true,
of wine.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like we're drinking
Yeah.
heaps. Trish had actually a wild turkey and
Oh yes,
dry
I
the other
decided to
day.
have a wild turkey with some.
That was after her brother died. And
Yes,
I think
after
it
my
helped
brother
her
died.
sleep.
Yes, it was like I was eating way too much tiramisu, and I had a wild turkey? Yeah. But that didn't really seem to affect me much, really. And but apart from that, yeah, we probably drink like probably once or twice a month, if that. Probably once a month, and we probably only have like a couple of glasses of something.
That one has green on it.
And I can't believe that that I'm still getting effects from hay fever, the hay in the air, Didi.
Yeah.
Are you getting that?
Hay fever.
Are you getting affected in your eyes by the hay fever?
Not so much
the hay.
today.
Sorry.
I have the other
I am.
day.
It's really it's got to come to an end soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Drag-eye. Is it drag-eye? As in dregs and eye. Yeah, drag-eye. Okay. So, so Greg says it's pronounced like two words, drag-eye.
Yes.
And the dregs and an eyeball representing seeing
I
value.
think Robin said that, and Drag-eye has said that before.
Oh, really?
Yes, and they're equal weights on both syllables.
Oh, okay, drag-eye.
We actually talked
value.
about that earlier. In the
Oh, okay, I'm
podcast.
sorry. In what civilization?
I don't know where you were.
Where was I?
Making a cup of tea.
Hang on a
something.
second. There's a wattle bird outside having a bath in the bird bath, and they really get into it.
Oh,
So
that's kind of nice.
So let's see. Numerous of my song lyrics reflect this perspective. Greg says, and Robin says, "Yeah, that's how I thought of it." Quote, "The dregs of society." End quote. I can see how you can feel that way. It really seems like many of us in society have been forgotten and discarded. The dregs. And Jera said, "Okay, got it. I'll give Drag Guy another chance next time. I'm 64 and a pacifist. I will block before fighting, which to me involves bad words. Peace on YouTube is impossible because of Jimmy."
Yes.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Anyway, so what is a wattle bird? So
A wattle bird is. Can I explain?
I'm going to remember
A
not to
wattle bird
mention
is a
Jimmy Dore.
medium-sized bird with wattles on its cheek.
Oh, yes, yes.
And there are red wattle birds and yellow wattle birds in Australia. Or
Yes.
in Tasmania, we have yellow wattle birds.
Yes.
And they have kind of little stripy, like not continuous stripes, but little dashes all through their feathers. And they're pretty interesting, nice birds, except that they chase the small birds away,
yeah.
which is
yeah.
not so nice.
Yes, but they're very they're pretty to look at.
They are.
They love our eucalyptus tree.
Yeah.
We have this ginormous eucalyptus tree out the front of we can see it through the door, the French doors here. And it's
Yeah.
like it's probably 100 years old, isn't it? There's about two
Yeah.
of them. There's two really large ones,
Yeah.
Really big.
Really big.
Really,
They're-
really. Like, if we tried to put our arms around it, like both Dee Dee and I, we
Yeah.
probably couldn't.
We wouldn't be able
We
to.
wouldn't be able to. Like, if
We
Dee Dee,
wouldn't be able
both
to
Dee Dee
reach
and I.
each other.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
reach each other. That's how sort of wide they are at the base.
They're gorgeous, huge.
Lovely. And so that's what we get to look at every day through the kitchen window and
Yeah.
through the French doors and everything.
People
It's really
said,
lovely.
oh, are you going to chop those down? Because they kind of spoil the view. But
Yeah, really,
they are the
God.
view.
They
They're
are
gorgeous.
the view, exactly. And
And we can
And
see plenty of river
Jimmy.
through the gaps.
J-
and
Robin said, "Jimmy, he who shall not be named." Yes, yes,
Yes.
I must make a note of that. And then Greg said, "I include clean water, air, and soil in these dregs from our current civilized perspective as a species." Thanks to Jera for her tolerance and understanding, Greg said. Thank you all for your tolerance and understanding, and thanks for...
we love pacifists who are tolerant and understanding and who believe in diversity.
Yeah.
That's really good.
And thanks for hanging out with us today. It's really
Yeah.
lovely to hang out
Yeah.
with all of you, and because yeah, it's just great, just really great to just hang out and talk
It
about
is.
whatever. I hope I'm not sort of chewing anybody's ears off with just talking about certain things. Like, sometimes I get a bit carried away.
No.
So, but I actually had a good sleep last night, which is the first good sleep I feel I've had since my brother died, and it was the first time when I woke up I didn't feel sort of like really, really flat. And I did this little visualization, which was sort of I took all the negative things that he's said to me when he's spoken to me, and I put them in this sort of bag, and then it was all black, and then I turned it and sort of visualized it turning into light, and then just kind of let it out
All
into
you would have
the
had to do is set it on
universe.
fire.
And I sort of often I sort of visualize him as sort of like turning into light and sort
Setting him
of
on
going
fire.
oh, Dee Dee. Visualize turning him to light and then sending him out into the universe and stuff. But like it helps me to sort of like do like that helped me. I felt this morning having that visualization of the negative things, because I haven't thought about those negative things for a while, but I remember them all as plain as day, and there's a few dozen of them, and they happen so quickly, and yet I don't, they were kind of shocking at the time, and also very demeaning, and
Yeah.
and so you remember those things, particularly if that's the only kind of things that a person says to you over decades, and so I have to
Trish's
try
brother
not
was
to
not a
buy
nice
into that.
person.
What's that?
Your brother was not a nice person.
Well, he was broken, really, and so you have to try not to internalize that when you start remembering back those things that somebody said
Internalize the voices.
over that time.
No.
Yeah, you sort of internalize all the awful stuff, and I've had enough kind of ostracization because of being gay. I hate labeling myself because I don't really I don't really like labels.
Don't
And I
really
don't
identify that
No,
way.
I don't really identify that
particularly.
way, but I mean, I'm going to use that term now. And the homophobia and stuff that I've had.
It's
It's been
one where
really-
you get identified as.
Yeah, the homophobia I've had has kind of been unpleasant at times, and from my family mostly. Really, I haven't had that much homophobia that I know of from outside,
From the
but
public.
from my family, it's not been great. It's not even overt homophobia. It's like just kind of isolate, making your life invisible, and then sometimes overt, like anyway. But anyhow, so that's what I've been. I felt like this morning was a bit of a a turning point for that, and so that's good. It's the shock of it is kind of starting to be a little bit less every day.
Yeah.
You know how it is when people suddenly, die in your life, and it's sort of really shocking. One minute they're there, and the next minute they're not.
Yes,
and
it's
Greg
a very strange thing.
Yeah, and then Greg said, my personal mantra is, quote, mutual respect through personal empowerment with inclusive cooperation, refusing coercion, end quote. And if I'm out of line with that, I appreciate hearing about it. Okay. And then Robin said, yeah, absolutely, water is a human right, no exceptions, and same with clean air and soil. On the note of water, F. Nestle Bottling Corporations. F. Nestle Bottling Corporation. Seriously, yeah, I know. Nestle, wowza. But we thought about, Dee Dee suggested that I type out all the negative stuff and then put it in, and then we could do a little ritual and sort of like burn it or something,
Yeah.
which I thought was, that's a good idea.
Yes. Get rid of it all.
Yeah. So Kim is putting a little, she's using her emojis.
Yeah. Thanks for the stream. Are you going now, Kim? It's
Yeah.
probably really late there in Quebec.
Yes, it's probably really late there. Are we still live?
What?
Are we still live? Let me just
I think
have a
we
look.
are.
Okay,
Uh,
let me have a look.
as far as I can tell, we are.
Oh, okay.
The actual...
Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, so Kim said I will soon. It's 3:24 a.m. And and Rob. Oh, hang on a sec. And Robin said 2:24 a.m. here. That's 3:24 there. I can't show that message, Greg. For some reason, it won't let me. It's probably because it's got a link in it. But Greg said I'd share this song, Edge of the World, from a rather heavy band that has CC lyrics that seem written for today's world. Let me see if I can copy and paste that. For some reason, it won't let me show that. There we go.
Why can't you show it?
I don't know. It won't let me show it for some
Maybe
reason.
I can do it. I don't know. 'Cause
Huh?
I'm connected here. Who knows? No, error, try again. Why do they do error, try again?
I don't know.
Every time I've tried so far to allow something, it tells me that it's an error. I'm just going to copy it and paste it.
The link
This is
worked, yeah.
actually from Dragai.
Yeah. 24 to 34. What is it? What is it? What? Oh no. What is it? I can see, and the link works.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay
There we
then.
go.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess we're probably outstaying our welcome, Dee Dee. Maybe we might.
I think we're just probably exhausting them and running them into the ground.
No, but I mean, anyway,
think
so but maybe we might wrap it up soon. Do you think?
Okay.
Unless anybody
You
wants
tell
to.
me when you'd like to wrap it up, and
Yeah. Well, maybe
I
if
can
we
just
in
stop.
say 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's funny. I said to Dee Dee, I don't know if I have anything to talk about today because we only did one a couple of days ago, and I've been yapping now for 4 hours. Like
I don't know that we talk about anything. I think we just talk.
we just talk.
Yeah, I think that's one of the joys of this sort of thing.
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
really talking about anything. It's not like
Yeah.
you've got a subject.
Thank you, Robin. It's really lovely. Anyway, what's coming up? So, what's everybody going to do before we go? What's everybody going to do with the for anybody going to do anything for New Year's Eve or on New Year's Day?
Yeah. I'm reminded of the Zozobra festival that they used to have in Santa Fe, where they would take all of the papers. The government would actually take all of its papers and stuff and stuff this huge creature, humanoid figure, and people would do this privately. They would take all their old tax receipts and letters from the IRS and anything that they just didn't want to have to deal with anymore,
Right.
and stuff them into these things. And Zozobra is Old Man Gloom,
Right.
and then they'd light it. This was generally on Halloween,
Yeah.
and the big one for the city, I mean, it was like 45 feet tall, and it would have big noises and stuff.
Right.
and,
Right. Oh yeah.
and burn it.
Huh.
So that's the end. Old Man Gloom is dead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I think
Old
that
Man
might be a
Gloom.
good way to celebrate New Year's.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Greg, for joining. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So for a few years, Robin said, for a few years I'm going to be on Discord with some friends and play Street Fighter 4 with some drinks. Oh wow, that's good. Street Fighter 4. It's funny, Robin.
yeah.
I actually know very little about games, and so when Robbie starts talking very in detail about some of those games, I just kind of just sit there and just listen to him. But I really don't have a clue because I've never really played any of those games.
Those
But
things. Yeah.
but I love that he's so passionate about that. It kind of he's very sweet.
I tend to play games that don't have a lot of killing in them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, and Kim's saying, I'm sorry to be boring, but I don't celebrate the New Year either. That's not boring.
That's not boring.
It's not something that
That's pretty
one
much
has
like
to
us, actually.
Yes, exactly. I celebrate every day that I wake up. Yeah, that's a good one. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Anyway, so everybody, we might go now. So thank you so much for dropping by. That's really great, and it's obviously not a bad time of day to do this
it.
because people
Probably
are
a little
around.
bit earlier would be good if we're not doing stuff in the day.
Exactly, sort of earlier. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be good.
The problem is we usually end up doing stuff in the day.
We
and so
do.
it's
That's the problem. That's
Yeah.
why I always end up posting my videos
things
so
at
late
night.
because we do stuff in the day and
Oh my.
then I sort of
It's very
record it in the
scary looking.
afternoon and then edit it, and then kind of by the time I edit and check it out, then put it on. So it ends up being early in the morning in the US sometimes, sort of thing, and even more
and
early
very
in
late
California.
at night here.
Yeah, and very late at night here. So anyway, we might round it up now. So thanks so much for everybody
Okay.
joining,
Thank you so much, everybody.
and I'll let you do
Have
the
a most happy New Year.
yes.
May the goddess and all the fairies and spirits and everything, all of the spirits of nature.
Uh-oh, I think the empty
smile
stomach
on
and
you.
the wine is...
Oh well, I mean it's nice to have
Yeah.
a good wish. And
No, it is, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm just
to this extent that I'm a Buddhist, I'm probably an animist Buddhist, a bad one. You know, all the
Yeah.
little spirits of place.
Anyhow, we'll
Yeah.
have all good wishes that everything that you hope 2021 could be, will be for you.
I
And
hope that everybody has enough.
yeah, everybody
Yeah.
has enough. And
of
we're
what they
always
need.
always having good thoughts, in particularly for any country that's the target of U.S. imperialism, in any country, and of course people in the U.S. and anywhere in the world where people are struggling, because it's basically becoming like a worldwide thing now. So anyway, we'll wish you happy New Year, and we may even be back before then anyway. So if
Yeah.
you could do the
If I could stop.
privilege and stop it. Okay,
Okay.
then. So
Okay.
thanks so much.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Big hugs and much love.
Big hugs. Lots of love. May you have other people who are close to you who can actually give you some physical hugs. That would be nice.
Yeah, yeah.
But only if they're nice people.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.